Hello and welcome to Centurion's Corner, and we are celebrating our 3 years anniversary. So, as a massive thank you, I would like to say right from the outset, from my heart, for everyone that has subscribed and liked, even on Instagram and stuff like that. So, as a big, massive thank you, I will say this. Hello and welcome to Centurion's Corner. Today we'll be looking at Mace Windu. Subscribe, ding that bell, and follow me on Instagram, and I'll see you next time. So take care, I'll see you soon. Bye! So yeah, 3 solid years, been ups and downs in personal life and also on Instagram as well and on YouTube. Like, it's quite hard to keep that momentum going right from the outset, to be honest with you, because YouTube does take a lot of time and it does take a lot of practice, and it does fit into your sort of personal life quite a lot at the beginning. But now you just get used to it and it's just kind of quite easy to maintain. So I'm just going to pop open a Diet Coke tonight. We're going to celebrate. Going to put some rum in it as well. Enjoy 3 years with you guys. So I just thought we could reminisce tonight. We could go back, talk about some of your favourite figures, some of the favourite customs you might want to look at. I will pull them off the shelf. And now I've actually set up my desk cam as well, so we can actually filter over and look at this video as well. So yeah, all happy days and welcome to everyone that is joining. There's just, I suppose you shouldn't drink on YouTube, should you? I suppose it's against the law, but hey ho, we like to break the rules, don't we? Hello 90s, how are you? You have been here right from the start as well, so it's a massive thank you as well for joining in and for being around. What was your favorite figure? What was your favorite moment of the channel? If you remember anything. I've actually pulled up my Mace Windu, and he's from the first ever review I done, but his lightsaber literally just broke as I got it off. But he did fall down the other day, and it was a little bit kind of wimpy. But yeah, now I've got my Mace Windu. Got my first ever custom here, which is Commander Green, which is fantastic. And my Psychotic Shark as well. Welcome indeed. So yeah, I thought we'd sit back tonight. We can chat. Just pull up some of your favourite figures that you want to re-see, or if you want to look at anything else, just ask me questions. We'll just literally just hang out, ask you guys questions, and then go from there. Really, it's quite, as I always say, like doing live videos, it's always quite hard because you're kind of trying to think of extra context and stuff to do. Otherwise, if you don't, you're just going to come in kind of blind and just sort of stand there, you know. But I was thinking I might do a live once a week or maybe twice a week, and we can do top 10 Black Series, top 10 favourite figures, top worst Black Series and stuff, and we can just discuss on that kind of thing. So yeah, I keep forgetting to like click on things here, like, you know, like, so you got my man. The video I remember the most is Lieutenant Fire, because that was the one of the first videos I watched. Yes, it was actually, I really enjoyed doing that figure as well. Can I get to him? Let's have a look. So let's just pull some of these down. I think things are going to go toppling tonight. So yeah, we got fire here. I don't know what's happened to his pistols. A lot of the pistols I kind of took off to reuse and stuff like that. So I can turn this around. And then, from the tour channel, yeah. So if let's have a look. Nope. This one. Here we go. Ta-da! You can have a look at fire nice and close on the decent camera as well. I don't really care about not the decent camera on my face. But yeah, here's fire. Not changed much over the years. Still looking pretty cool, to be honest with you. And I just always dig that kind of sort of like maroon red for these guys. I think since the custom, this doesn't move down anymore because I had to glue it in place. But obviously we got the gun. These bits I should have sort of redone, to be honest, but I just kind of left them. I did put them on the a bit of ribbon because I used to sort of super glue them to the actual legs. But no, that's it. Oh, your channel. Yeah, no, that's fine. I completely got that. So yeah, no, there's fire, which is cool. And then we can bring in Gree on the side here as well. So here's the first ever custom. And then we bring in Mace Windu, which was my first ever review, which is really looking back at it. I downloaded it today for the little trailer, and it's just awful to listen to. So, and that is it. But yeah, if there's any customs, anything you want to look at, you know, any figure you want to sort of like have a look at and stuff like that, we can sort of like go through it all. I mean, I've got all my Marvel Legends laid out. I've got all Black Series over here. So if you're any kind of figure you want to look at a little bit more in depth, we can do, and chat about it and talk about it and whatnot, and what other things you would like to see from the channel. Are you going to be picking up the Jedi Stormtrooper? Yeah, I mean, I actually popped into Smith's the other day. It's like $23.99, isn't it, for him? So I think I will get him. There is other figures that I kind of want. I kind of shot myself. I actually kind of shot myself in the foot because obviously I've kind of started picking up Marvel Legends. Yeah, I think sometimes it does, to be honest. Like my internet's not 100% great, to be honest. But yeah, so for $23.99, you know, and I was picking up some cheaper Marvel Legends, so I kind of sort of done myself out there. It's because Black Series for me has kind of gone a bit stale over the weeks or over the months, especially this year, because the releases haven't come through, and then all of a sudden we get bombarded by all these releases, and it's kind of like, well, you know, and stuff like that. And I did see that there was the bootleg Jeddah as well, so I wasn't too sure if to pick up the Jeddah to show people that one or pick up the official and review that. And there's not much in price difference either, so I'm thinking I might even pick up the bootleg, to be honest, just to show it off to people, because I'm not 100% too fussed about having another Stormtrooper on the shelf. I've already got an official one. You know, it just comes with the extra backpack and stuff. So, but it's really nice to see them out in the wild. That is for sure. More streams, awesome, and higher clip films, and the higher ZC. Yeah, it does have a bit of a lag on there. I'm just trying it out, to be honest with you. I'm just sort of like giving it a go. And see if we can actually get it better for next time and stuff like that. But I just thought I'd give it a go. And it looks all right. It's holding together. And but we can actually look at the decent figures as well, like bringing them onto cam without putting them up here and they never focus. And the only point is the bootleg is the MG will be really gummy, unlike the official. Well, I have got Yeah, I bought a bootleg Stormtrooper before, and that weren't too bad. But obviously, I think it's a different company that make it. But gummy weapons, you know, we've had it with the actual official figures and stuff like that. But I can't. Sometimes I just do it as a bit of fan service, like because people would want to see the bootlegs, to see what they're like. And it doesn't really bother me if I don't get the official. If I get the official, even though I'm sort of like trying to be I'll go back on that. I was going to be a completionist to get every single kind of Black series that come out, but where they're bringing out like the comic ones, like the White Darth Vader, I ain't getting that. Kazantian, he looks absolutely shit. I ain't wasting 30 quid on him. If they bring out one that looks like the one from Book of Boba Fett, brilliant. I was kind of thinking maybe I'll get him and then I'll customize him up. But there's nothing I can do. That's out of my way of like giving him sculpts and stuff like that. I can't. There's no way in hell I could get that figure to look any decent, to be honest. He just looks absolutely awful. I just focus on older figures, really. Newer figures can be hassle getting sometimes. They can. I mean, you can pre-order it, but the way I kind of look at it now, like I do want to be a completionist when the wave comes out. And there is times that I've held off on a figure and I thought, I'll just pick it up later. And that's kind of worked. But you just kind of got to learn what is going to be a peg warmer and what isn't. So you don't have to rush out there physically to go and get them like straight away. So, you know, if it's going to be, well, you say that, even like Cosca Reeves and stuff, I thought she would be selling out, but she's everywhere. And obviously Bo-Katan, she was in 2 waves, so that wasn't too bad. But I do think a lot of the figures are bringing out at the moment, like the original trilogy stuff, unfortunately, is a bit like peg warmers. Unless they're like Clone Wars and stuff like that, then, you know, they go straight away. But obviously, if you're going to sort of be a collector, buy them first and then leave all the other ones behind. So Psychotic Shark, speaking of Stormtroopers, can you show of the new molds Shock Trooper? Oh, right. Yeah, you want to look at the custom on that one? That's fine. We can go and get that. Let's wipe these guys away. I don't know what's going on with the camera, actually. It's kind of this. I think I'm going to have to tilt it. Here we go. Right, so there's the Shock Trooper. Still looking nice and glossy and stuff on there. This was actually a official figure. This wasn't actually a bootleg on this one. I actually went out and bought a second one while I was around. And yeah, absolutely great. Fantastic. And I loved how he turned out. He's pretty cool. The red for this one, I actually just used the normal Tamira red, which is X7, I think. It's just a standard red on there. A lot of people say wash them down. Wash your paints down because it gives off like a matte look. But for me, I can't. For me, if it's on the armor, it's like a gloss, like a really nice glossy look. And that's why I'll get, you know, that's why I like the sort of thick applicant to the paint because it actually looks like a glossy figure. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. And I'm sure it's X7 that I use on it. Normally it's just the normal red stuff on there. And then this was a bootleg gun, I think, that come with my Sand Trooper. So just to give the reminiscence of the Battlefront 2. You understand? There we go. So yeah, I have still got some 3.75s left. I did sort of show them off a little bit the other day, but I know you had to leave the stream early. I've had a tidy up since then. Oh, there they are. I'll see them now. Right, so for 3.75, I've still got quite a few of the Clone War ones. So, you know, I've still got, look how small they are on the camera. Just looks mental. I'm so, I don't know how people collect these. I'm really sorry, but just, there's Anakin anyway. I've still got a few of the clones as well. I mean, I've got Pons here. I did actually sell quite a lot of the clone ones. So some on the earlier channel, I did actually sell them quite off because once I'd done the actual references and stuff like that, I sold off the clones. So mainly my 3.75s are the Clone War figures. As I said the other day, like I literally sold all my Power of the Force ones and stuff like that. I did do a tiny custom. This was actually a Centaurian's Corner exclusive clone on that one. So I did that some time ago and I was just a bit bored and I sat there. So yeah, I've still got a few. Not Clone Wars. I've got Darth Talon on here. She's looking pretty cool. Which I really hope they do in the Black Series. Like once they've done Ahsoka and they got that kind of sorry, not Ahsoka. What's her name? Ara. No. Ayla Secure. Once they've done that sculpt, I think they could easily do a Talon and redo it. Most of that is all that. But yeah, I still got a lot of Clone Wars and a few other ones. You know, those sort of packs that you would find in B&M because they were the boys and he never really played it, so I kind of sort of like took them back on. But the 5 point of A sort of newer figures that I've got in there. Psychotic Shark, thank you very much for the super chat, mate. Really appreciated. Really appreciated. Thank you. Let's have a look. I'm just going to go through what red did I use on him. So I already answered that one. Hey, mate. Much love from San Diego, California. Love your crossover customization, AliExpress knockoff reviews. No problem, mate. Like I just do it for a bit of laugh and a bit of fun, to be honest. And I enjoy doing the crossovers because I love Marvel. Marvel for me is absolutely like. Do you know what? I probably and I'm not even saying this about the MCU. Like the MCU doesn't even have to exist. For me, Marvel is a bigger thing than Star Wars, purely because with Star Wars, it's kind of there. It's always like home. Like I live on my own now, and I sometimes have Star Wars music, Star Wars, or playing on in the other room, because it always feels a bit like home. But for me, if I had to live with Marvel or Star Wars, I would actually choose Marvel. So I kind of like combinized, like bringing them over, to be honest. But I think I still got this guy here. I think he still kind of stands because he was in my Instagram post the other day. So yeah, really enjoy doing those ones. It's just a shame you can't get those. Though it's so much better to paint the older bootleg figures than the new ones because they're so glossy. It's like the paint, it just doesn't really apply to them too much. So you ever thought of doing a Scout Trooper as a Shock Trooper? Yeah, I have seen a few people kind of do that on Instagram, to be honest. And I remember, and I was even saying about this the other day, Imperial Lemon on Instagram, he done a Commander Gree as a Stormtrooper. He done Commander Cody as a Jet Trooper. And then my thing for him was to do Commander Fox as a Scout Trooper because he's got that visor, right, and stuff like that. I thought it'd be quite a good concept to transfer over. And could you imagine a Scout Trooper with a Kamara? I think it would look fucking amazing. Like literally just that around there, couple dual wheel pistols and stuff like that. I think it looked really cool. So maybe, I mean, in Smiths at the moment, they do the carbonized Scout Trooper. Normally Smiths don't sell very well. So maybe if that does go down in price, maybe at least 20 or something like that, maybe I'll look into doing a Scout Trooper, Shock Trooper Commando. Like, wouldn't it be amazing if a Scout Trooper kind of looked like an Ark Trooper? I think we're onto something there. I think I might even do something like that, to be honest. It'll look really cool. I figure I love his precipice in any line, to be honest. I did have him. I did sell him, and he had his black saber and stuff like that as well. So, yeah, he did go, unfortunately. Not too long ago, to be honest with you. But let's just hope. Let's hope that we get one in the Black Series line. It does need. I mean, the Clone Wars have so many characters to bring over, and it just seems annoying that every time they do Clone Wars, it's just literally a reused Clone Trooper, which is fine. But then the 187th we didn't really ask for, did we? Wasn't that great? That weird, shitty brown color, you know. Good old Hasbro. How much I was selling for? I can't remember. It was part of a bundle, and I done it for this guy, and he was buying quite a few of the Clone War figures through Instagram. Yeah, I done it for a decent price for him, to be honest with you. But I also done it where it wasn't shooting myself in the foot, so he did go for quite a bit because I had the jetpack, the helmet, and the dark saber, and had all his accessories with it. So yeah, but I can't remember how much it went. It was about a year ago. Probably October or something like that. I sold him. Yeah, it would be. I really can't wait for like. Well, I don't know. I mean, will they touch on the Rebels again? They've done the Rebels, like the main squad. They've done Commander Thrawn. But what about like was it the end of season 5 or something like that? You know, like the fight for Mandalore with Bo-Katan and God, my memory's going. The girl from Rebels, the Mandalorian girl. They were fighting, and there was like the Imperial Mandos, which are kind of sort of like around the Ralph McLaurin kind of design, and they look really cool. So I kind of hope they come to Black Series. Yeah, it's just there's quite a lot of troopers and stuff that they can easily do from Rebels and Clone Wars, to be honest, but they just don't, which is a shame. Did I have the cape? Yes. Yeah, the big black band, and then which never really fit him very well. It's like an elastic band that kind of come around here, and then he had the cape part as well with the his logo on it. So he had it all. The thing is, with my Clone War figures, I think the only thing I did once give them to my kids because I was like, right, I'm just done with Star Wars, and I gave all my Clone Wars to the kids. So a lot of these sort of small accessories like guns and stuff, they did disappear. But I kind of always done a little check look when they're going back and tidying up. I always used to look to make sure they had everything. But yeah, he had everything. He had everything to go with him. So yeah, it's sad to see him go because like the Clone War figures that I really kind of really appreciated, but they just sit in a box. They don't really do anything. So it's kind of like to transport one over to the other, you know. So that's kind of what I wanted to do was take from one collection that's kind of worth a little bit of money and then put it into the newer collection that I can generate some money for the Clone Wars. I don't know what's going on with my cameras, I don't know. They keep going off. Imperial Super Commandos, I think you're talking about. Speaking of Clone Wars, Gal Saxon on the new Mando body would be awesome too. Yeah, it's just there's a lot in there. There's just yeah, but hopefully now, you know, now they are producing. I mean, we can call them like Marvel Legends, like the Buck. Once I got all that, you know, they can easily do some nice repaints, retooling, swap heads, and whatnot. So I think they're getting there, aren't they? They're kind of really getting there. Sorry for asking many questions. It's just that I've been trying to convince my dad to go halves on the figure, but my dad is more of original trilogy collector. What does your dad collect? Does he collect the vintage collection that's out now, or is he more of the vintage line, or the Power of the Force? Or it doesn't really matter as long as it's original trilogy. But for Pre Vizsla, you know, he's a really good figure. I don't know how much he retails for now, to be honest. I think at the time that I was looking, he still weren't too expensive, but enough to maybe put you off, you know. So I think it was like sort of 50 to 60 quid last time I was looking to set when I was selling him. So it could be a bit more because I remember sort of looking on there. But I remember one that was really expensive that I still have to this day that I do need to. I don't know if I'll put him back in here, to be honest, because I thought, oh, it's so much money, I won't do it. Not in there. So one that was that I know is worth quite a bit of money from the Clone Wars is this guy here, little Emperor Palpatine, and I've got his electric somewhere. I think that might be over on the shelf because I didn't want to lose him, but I know he's worth a little bit of on the higher side of the Clone War figures. So any other figures or anything you want to look at? What else should we celebrate tonight? There's one thing I'm quite glad about is actually the channel's actually expanded over onto Marvel Legends. I do have rules for Marvel Legends. It's not like I'm a complete collector. If I like the figure, I'll go and get it. That's 100% guaranteed. But most of the time, it will have to. I'm only going to buy one. You know, this is the 4 figure. There will have to be another 4 figure that comes out that looks even better than this figure for me to go and change it over. But I only collect one at a time, to be honest. Like, I won't get another Captain America unless the other Captain America is better. I have got a few Iron Men because I was unhappy with the other Iron Man, so I went out and got the other one. So it's literally one of each character that's golden age looking. I won't really go out there and get the movie stuff or whatnot, unless the channel got really, really popular. And then obviously I had that kind of sort of like revenue coming in, then I would go out there. But most of the time, it's just literally just stuff for comics and stuff like that. Dad try and collects with me, but he buys it usually retro 80s figures or the TVC. Yeah, so he's more of a good original collector, which is fine, to be honest. I mean, I kind of like some of the old vintage and stuff. I would kind of like to have like sort of like the original kind of cast, if you like, on the shelf, just for nostalgia value, to be honest with you. I did get Luke Bespin, and I did actually paint him up. So I painted his belt and painted his lightsaber and stuff like that to make it look more realistic for the vintage, which is probably a bit of blasphemy for most people, but you know, it always bugged me. Like his lightsaber was hanging off, but it was black on there. So yeah, anything you want to do, anything you want to look at, we can look through. Got all my customs, got all the crossovers, paints. Yeah, just got loads, and I need an idea for Greedo as well. For this guy here, he kind of needs a new paint job, and I'm kind of sort of like umming and ahhing what I should do with this guy. I had got. So I was kind of umming and ahhing whether to put this little lab coat on him that come from Reed Richards, and then do like a sort of like a, I don't know, a Rhodian sort of scientist guy. But I don't know. I just don't know. I need a bit of inspiration on him. The other thing I was kind of thinking of as well, and I was talking to Darth Moore the other day, would be like making him got like a race suit. So like different types of logos and stuff all over him. Turn freedom into turn freedom. Is that auto type? Turn Greedo into ballot repel. Who's that one? Or Bola repel? Is that the one from? Oh, it's only me guessing. But is that the one from the Resistance cartoon? Or is that someone? Oh, am I completely thinking something completely different? You know, a custom you should do is the Force Awakens Han Solo body and original trilogy head and make it an indie. Yeah, well, apparently they're actually rumored to Hasbro's bringing out some Indiana Jones figures very soon. So, you know, you never know. Further down the line, they might even do it. I mean, well, I've already done the Rhodian sort of Jedi, so unless it looks like him, 1 second, I'll go and get him. This guy. Rhodian Senator from, I don't know, they've all got sort of weird names, haven't they? They're all sort of funny, haven't they? Oh, completely different outfits. Is it the one where it's got brown sleeves and very cream? Like it's got a cream sort of top. I kind of remember like a young looking Rhodian Jedi. I'm going to have to look up on this one, aren't I? But I've already got a Rhodian Jedi. I kind of want to do something else with him. A little bit more kind of fun. I don't know. Decisions, isn't it? Oh, blue robe. Oh, okay. Well, I have still. Yeah, I've still got an Obi-Wan body from Revenge of the Sith, which is the same body as this one on here. So I think I will. I don't know. Maybe. I'll look at some images and have a look and decide on that one. Are you a Monty Python fan? No. I used to have an old friend that used to be into Monty Python and just always used to reference it all the time. And I'm like, what? No. I've watched a couple of films, but the stuff would be like, it's not a Messiah. And stuff like that. That is the only stuff I kind of know of Monty Python, I'm afraid. Yeah, it's kind of, I get the humour, but it's definitely not my type of humour. Like, it's too silly. It's trying to be funny, in my opinion, which doesn't. I prefer things I shouldn't laugh at rather than I should be laughing at. But yeah, well, any questions? Any questions? Obviously, I've been talking to you guys for 3 years now, so you can ask me any questions you would like. So it doesn't even have to be about the channel. It could be about anything. To be honest with you, it's entirely up to you. But I'm going to carry on drinking my Coke and rum, if you don't mind. It is Friday night afternoon. We could have lives and be going out clubbing and whatnot, but we're sitting at home. We're going to play with our Star Wars figures because that's what men do. Do any of you collect other things that's not Star Wars? Like, what else do you collect? What is your other things? It doesn't even have to be toys either, and stuff like that. But and whatnot. Well, does anyone collect the DC universe, like these sort of ones, the multiverse? I've only bought a few of these figures, and the only ones that sort of like appeal to me, to be honest. Like, as much as people think like Batman, Batman and DC and Superman. Superman is kind of like my superhero that every superhero should look up to. So that's the one that everyone should be aspiring to. So to me, Superman is the most pinnacle superhero you can get, even though I'm not a fan of DC and stuff like that. Like Spider-Man, I love all the sort of like carnations of Superman. So that's why I go through it all. So I've got like Bizarro, I've got Red Sun somewhere, Superman himself, and I'm hoping that they do like Steel and all that. From when the death of Superman, when all the other Superman took over, and Cyborg Superman. That's what I'm really hoping that they bring to the Marvel, the DC universe, to be honest with you, which would be pretty cool. It's just a shame about the movies. Other Star Wars things I collect are Toy Biz, Marvel, and Hasbro Indiana Jones. Oh, nice. So you collect the old type Toy Biz. So you don't collect the Hasbros and stuff out of the Marvel Legends. I even said in the live chat the other day, but you popped off. But I only had I had a few Toy Bizes actually, but when you get to that sort of stage, and you get to that stage, you'll be about 23 or something like that, and you'll be like, well, I won't play with toys no more. Right, I'm just going to give them to my nephews, or give them to the neighbor or something like that, because I'm a good, loyal person, and they will love all these toys the way that I used to love these toys. Every guy does it. And then about 9 years later, you'll go, why did I do that? Why did I give off my collection to that kid? And he never played with them or anything like that. And I bet he sold them all for £5, and you're like, oh, I had so much then. Oh, if I didn't do that, I would have so much by now. But yeah, that's what I did. I had all the sort of Spider-Man from the 90s cartoon, the X-Men cartoon, then the new Toy Biz ones, the ones that this Captain America here, which is the reincarnation-y type one. Let's take them down so we can see on there. And then I had the original one of that with the stand and stuff like that, but unfortunately I gave them away. Was it any other customs? What other things that other people? What was your first video when you actually joined the channel as well? Like, what was the first ever video that you saw? And I did this with the vintage Star Wars figures. They were mints and they got trashed. Then they came along, so I learned from mistakes. Yeah, it's the best thing. Yeah, because I was saying the other day, like the long story was, I kind of gave up collecting. Sort of must be just about 2004. So I was about 23 and I was moving out of home. Mum put up a place to sell, and it actually sold in a day. And I was just moving out, so she was moving and I was moving out, new job and whatnot. And I was moving into like just a little flat. I had these boxes. I had all the Power of the Force. The boxes were massive, like about this long, about this wide, and the blister packs are like flipped, like they were all slotted into each other. 2 lines of it, probably about 6 high. And I had about 4 of those boxes, and I had the Rancor, not the ships, but you had the Rancor, that kind of figures, Power of the Force, kind of like TIE fighter thing and stuff like that. I had all these different sort of ones, and I sold it all because this guy come over and he was like, "Oh, it's all opened," because I used to open it but keep the blister pack, so I just slot the figure in and stuff like that. And yeah, sold it all for £100, and it was gone. And then later on, my brother actually said to my mum, "Well, I would have put it up in the loft if that's what I asked her, because obviously I wouldn't have the space." And I thought, it's done all that, and I just sold it all for £100. I felt absolutely gutting, and that put me off collecting for a long, long time. And that's why then I got into Lego, because it was kind of like a new thing. Lego figures, Star Wars, Marvel. It's kind of a good one. But then Lego just started getting more expensive. And just before Lego, actually, I started collecting the Clone War figures in like 2008, because I thought, brilliant, it's a new look, new aesthetic, and I can start right from the beginning, which I did. But then all the exclusives and stuff. And at the time, we didn't have shops like Star Action Figures and stuff like that. Most of it was all eBay and scalpers selling stuff from America, from their Toys R Us exclusives and stuff like that. So it was really hard to get like a full collection. So in the end, I just fixated on clones that had removable helmets, because I absolutely loved the clone. So if it had a removable helmet, I would have bought it. If it was just a standard clone, I normally didn't buy it. And then it got to that stage, having kids, gave them to my kids, then had the Lego. And then it was Captain Rex from the Black Series that made me into Black Series. And then I just thought, start the whole thing over and over again. If Hasbro's Rancor project succeeded, would you have bought one? I would have loved to got one, but I mean, the sort of prices and stuff that they probably were asking for it and stuff like that, I just can't let go of that type of money just for that kind of project sort of thing. I'd love to go out and get the snow speeder as well. I was kind of waiting for it to go down in price, like the land speeder did, and Ray's speeder, because I just thought, it won't sell and it'll go down to £50 soon. I ain't paying £100 for it. And it actually doesn't look worth £100, to be honest. So it's just kind of like, yeah. So no, it would just have been funds that would have stopped me. I would have loved to be honest, I would love to go out there and just sort of like order everything and pre-order everything, and then I've just got this nice sort of way into the channel. But as I was saying the other night to you, like, I'm just a guy, and this is my hobby, and I'm doing this from like my flat and just enjoying just doing it and bringing it to you guys, sort of thing. So, I ain't like the Foosh, where he's like just gets everything in and just does it all like that, So I have to be sort of skeptical and get it, especially when you pre-order these days. I mean, it just, nothing tells you when it's coming out. And it's just like, it comes out of your account, and you're like, well, I don't get paid this week. I get paid next week. So it gets a bit sort of over the top. So Action Jack, I cannot get the head out of my bootleg Clone Trooper. were worth life for me. What phase is it? Is it phase 1 or phase 2? I guess it would be phase 2, to be honest with you. I mean, the only way really to do it is boil it. Boil it for ages. Don't just boil it for like 20 seconds that people say. I'm talking about like 2 minutes in there. As long as you put it on a sort of spatula type thing, so it's not touching the metal. And it won't ruin it. It will just get it really soft. And then your aim is not to get that head out. It's to turn that helmet inside out and round and round, just to get it off. And then what I'll use is like a dinner knife. So it's kind of a bit blunt, but a little bit sharp, but not super sharp that you're going to put like a standing knife through it. And just kind of like keep pressuring and creep going around. My phase 1 one, I remember it just popping out really easily, but I haven't done a phase 2 helmet to see what they're like, to be honest. So I don't know if they changed their plastics. I've tried boiling strategy, but the most be crazy amount of glue. It can be, but I'll just keep boiling it really and just slowly bits, and even sometimes get 2 of those dinner knives, put them down side of the head either side, and then kind of lever it so you're popping that helmet inside out. Try it like that. You know, it is difficult on some bits. I've had really bad time, and I remember doing my Boba Fett, and it was awful. It was taking ages to get it out, and yeah, it was quite scary because Boba Fett was like a brand new figure at the time. Are there any custom clones planned for the future? I haven't actually got anything planned for the future for customs, to be honest with you. As I was saying the other day, the Agent Carter one that I've done really put me off. But saying that, there is a few other clones that I want to do. One is actually Commander Grey. And also, as I showed the other day as well, but as you're in the chat, let's take this down. I have got one of these, so I will probably do a Rancor squad or something like that for this guy, just to bring something onto the channel. I could make him in Jesse. I could make him as 5s, but I just know sooner or later that they're going to make official ones of them. So I'm kind of like, well, do I do that? And they're going to make an official, because I kind of always look at the vintage collection and then fast forward sort of like 2 years, because Black Series is always kind of like they want to copy the vintage collection, but they don't want to sort of like look like they are. And so it's always about 2 years behind. So I reckon next year we will get at least a Jesse or a 5s in the Ark Trooper part there. Do you still have your Stormtrooper blaster for your old cosplay? Do you know what? I had about 5. I actually gave quite a few away, to be honest with you. I think I still might have it. My costume is literally just there in a suitcase, to be honest with you. And obviously the helmet is up there behind me. Ooh. On that part. And what it was just, I mean, a lot of people, they used to go out and they used to, they could get the master replica ones, like £450 for a gun, you know, like, which is fine. I mean, if you want it on display, but they used to use it in their cosplay costumes and stuff like that for the 501st. And yeah, it's quite a lot, because you've got kids. I mean, when the kids go out there, they just want to grab you and pull you and stuff like that. So I actually used to have, you know, like the white Hasbro guns. And then I went onto a website, I think it's called like Doopy Doos or something like that. It was years ago. And they actually sold resin kits that you actually glued onto the actual gun itself. And then you spray painted it all and stuff like that. And then made it look more like a replica. So it's quite nice and light, because you're walking around for 8 hours or more, you know. especially in bright sunshine and stuff in the summertime. Oh, I'll quickly say goodbye. See you later, mate. Take care. All right, I'll see you next time. And yeah, so shall I see if I still got it? Give me 2 seconds. Actually, why I'm going to do it, I'm going to play my video for you guys. A massive thank you. So I'll probably put this a couple of times in the thing as I keep sort of disappearing on. Hello, and welcome to Centurion's Corner. Today we'll be looking at Mace Windu. Ding that bell, follow me on Instagram, and I'll see you next time. So take care, and I'll see you soon. Bye! Ta-da! I'm back. So here it is. So this is it does need new batches in there. So yeah, this is my original cosplay clone Stormtrooper cosplay gun. To be honest, it's so if you look here, this normally would be like the orange kind of see-through bits and stuff like that on the old sort of like Hasbro guns. So you actually add on these extra parts. So if I can find the extra part, so this was an extra part, like this ammo clip here. This longer part was here. You can see the original color there because the resin bit on the back here is snapped off. And yeah, so all this ammo, the sort of stock underneath the gun as well, was all sort of added onto the gun as well. So yeah, it's done its test of time. I mean, this must be now at least 12 years old or more. So yeah, it's held a sort of a good time. And most of the time, it was there for like kids to play with. So I used to have two on me, where I used to have the holster, and I'd be carrying one as well. So when kids wanted a photo, I would normally just pull the other one out the holster and give it to them so they could have a photo with me, and then I just put it back in. So I'd always carry two around. The 501st used to hate it. They used to get pissed off with me because I shouldn't have two blasters. I should be a Stormtrooper just carrying one. But for me, it's just like when the kids turn up, you know, you could just hand them a gun. They can have a Stormtrooper with a picture of a Stormtrooper, sort of like pretending, and go from there. But also, while I was in there as well, I got my old thermal detonator. That used to be on the back as well. So there's my old cosplay thing that used to sit on the back of my bum, which was handy. So yeah, any future custom plans? I haven't really. I mean, I'm kind of looking into sort of different things of doing customs rather than clones. There is a few clones I want to do. There's loads of clones. I still want to do Locke. I still want to do a few of the grunts as well, you know, from that squad as well. So there's still quite a few out there. What kind of really bummed me out is I can't get the original bootleg clones. I just preferred their bodies, and I preferred painting them as well. The paint just adapted to them a lot nicer. So without, you know, these new ones, you're going to have to really prime it up and get it, you know, sort of sand them down and stuff so the paint actually sticks to the body. But yeah, there will be ones I want to do. So just keep tuned to the channel and do it. But most of the time at the moment, it is reviews and sort of upgrades that I'm doing. Because for an upgrade, I can get two videos from it. So it helps out the channel in that kind of way. Doing the custom, obviously, it's just kind of one thing. And I've done some customs before where it's, you know, it hasn't got the views and stuff like that. Even though I don't really do it for the views. Sometimes I do clone tubes that I'm not really kind of too bothered about, if that makes sense. So, yeah, I've just got to get the spark back for the Clone Wars. That's what I've got to get. I just kind of enjoy sort of doing the upgrades and stuff at the moment and making the characters that they brought out a little bit better. So yeah, any other comments, other things you want us to talk about? Just let me know. I'm here all night. I was going through a stage of doing loads of custom Stormtroopers as well. And one that I really wanted to do was the Membam Stormtrooper, because I haven't got it. And it's on the old body as well. So potentially that might be another custom a little bit further down the line that I might do, is the Membam Stormtrooper, to be honest. I kind of enjoyed doing all those other ones. Well, when I think about it, there's loads of other figures that I still need, to be honest. I still need that little dude with the 4 arms from Solo. Anything else you guys want to say? Talk? I could bring on some old clone troopers as well that we can look at. And we can go through some of the old ones. And we've got Hauser here for the clones. Let's take these guys down. Yeah, he is a fantastic figure. He's really good. The only thing I would say about the Mud Trooper Han Solo, though, no, his looks are really good. His articulation is a little bit weak. That's the only thing I would say about the Mud Trooper Han. And I'm not too sure. There was a stage where I had to store my Black Series away. And because I get rid of the boxes and stuff like that, unfortunately, he was in a box with a lot of others. And I'm not too sure if I pushed his leg out slightly. He's always got a leg that kind of sort of like juts out a little bit. And I'm not too sure if that's the sculpt of him or it's just kind of like how he is, to be honest with you. Wayne Duckett. Evening, mate. Welcome to the stream. Happy 3 years. I'm just talking about if you have any favourite moments or anything like that with the channel, just let us know. I'm kind of just winging away. Put this one in there. There we go. You can test the leg. Yeah, that is very true, actually. I did see him. He was in Smith's as well with the patrol trooper as well. I was kind of like, I'm in an iron if I should get him or not. And I didn't. But actually, I was really shopping for my little girl's birthday, to be honest with you. So I was kind of like, if I do that, it's just more money in it, you know. And I was kind of in there just shopping for her. So, bless me. But when I was in Smith's the other day, I did pick up Hammerhead. And that was a figure that I've done the other day. But it annoyed me because I thought, oh, he's cheap. You know, because they're like $23.99, the new ones. And I thought, brilliant, 17 quid. I'll get me that. But when I went back in Smith's, what was it? £10. It's gone down to the tenner. So I've actually paid never 7 quid. If I waited 7 days, I would have got him even cheaper, which is a bit annoying. So yeah, my Mud Trooper. I'm going to cause an avalanche today. I know I am. I keep taking stuff off. Yeah, so this is the guy. So take these out, and we can actually go through some of the old figures as well. So yeah, this is where he's standing. His legs on there. This is the one that always sort of like stands outwards. It's not as bad now, but it just sort of, maybe because I ain't got him straight. Maybe that's why. Oh, maybe he's all right now, but I don't think I had his legs straight. Oh no, it still kicks out a little bit. Yeah, like he has to have that leg bent. Like it's always like that. So I think I have kind of sort of damaged it in a way. But it's such a fantastic figure though, isn't he? Sort of like, it looks really cool. It always kind of reminds me a little bit of Fallout, like the game. This guy, so it looks pretty cool. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. It's jolly good. And yeah, 3 years. Can't believe it's actually been 3 years. I just going back looking at some of the videos as well. Like I remember just sort of sitting there, and I remember my little girl coming up talking to me while I was doing one of the videos. I was like, shh, because I didn't want to talk. So it's like, now you can't make me shut up. But yeah, it's just like I didn't know what to say or sort of talk and stuff like that. But if anyone wants to do it, I highly recommend it. Don't hold back. It is really a lot of fun, and you can really sort of like get into. I think you get more enjoyment out of your figures as well, rather than just putting them on the shelf. You know, you actually get quite a good satisfaction out of it, and you can't start appreciating the sculpts and stuff as well. So thank you so much for your message. Oh, you got 4 of them already and need 4 more. Blimey. It is a good figure though, isn't it? It's a really nice figure. I think it's probably about the last ones, isn't it? I mean, you compare that figure. I mean, let's just actually, like, I mean, look at these 3 figures, right? You know, look at them all. I have upgraded this wolf. I have changed his skirt part on there. But trying to think of a figure that is new that I haven't painted in the same kind of category. Let's just use the client because that's the newest sort of one I've got. Oh no. Oh, look at me moving all the stuff around. Right, so looking at these guys, and this is the biggest thing for me. I think this is probably around about the last time that this one here, they kind of used all these kind of weathering techniques and stuff on the actual figure itself, because you just compare them, even the plastics and the colouring of these sort of like figures just doesn't look right. It just kind of looks very bland, like very plasticky. Just right, yeah. What colour is his top? Yeah, it's black. Or has he got anything kind of like extra kind of weathering marks on it? No, that's kind of it. It's just kind of very bland, very boring. Even like this part up here hasn't got a wash on it, and it just looks so bland. It just, to me, looks like a 5 of a old type action figure. You know, there's no extra paint marks on it. You know, Wolf, I think I have done a black wash and stuff on that one, so let's not go through that one. But, you know, for like Captain Rex, we've actually got all these sort of blemishes and stuff up on the arm, got all these extra sort of like weathering marks around on here, on his legs, around on the back. You know, it's actually all there as well, and it looks fantastic. And so does this figure, like this Mud Trooper Han. We've got all these extra little bits you can take off, put them on there. And I think this was like about the last time, the last sort of type of wave that we got was a really good looking figure. Because like you look at this big Fortuna, and it's just one colour. There's no weathering on there. You just got a brown solid cape. You got like a bit of metal in there that's probably got rust and stuff on it. No, there's no other colouring on there. Even these sort of braces and stuff on the side, there's no other colouring, just grey. I think Hasbro are getting so lazy with the kind of, which is great, it gives me content to do upgrades and stuff like that. But to me, it just looks so bloody lazy. It just looks very bland, very boring. And this is Hasbro. Bear in mind that Hasbro are the main sort of producers of Star Wars. This is their premium range Star Wars figures. They're not made of rubber, not the ones that, for 80 quid that just kind of rotted away. But yeah, it's just, it's so bland. And I just think with some of the figures lately, it takes it away from it. And now they're actually boosting up some of the actual things. It just looks wrong. You should get a bootleg Stormtrooper and give him the clone accessories, so the helmet, visor, satchel, and the Ark Trooper backpack and stuff like that. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. So actually make like an Ark Trooper on a Stormtrooper. Yeah, that would be quite nice, actually. That is an idea. Yeah. Trying to think of. Yeah, because even got the pauldron and stuff on there would look pretty cool. It is an idea. I do like the idea of the Scout Trooper as well, to be honest, with it. And I've got a few other custom. One upgrading that I never actually put onto the channel either. Where is he? I kind of done it just off the cuff because I was a bit bored one day. Was I actually upgraded Chewbacca? Mainly it was just his colours. So it's just a bit darker. I've actually coloured in the mouth, done the actual sort of like hairline as well. Added a bit of white and stuff all over his body as well, just for the white hairs and different colours. And yeah, it just looks a lot better in just that kind of colour contrast compared to what it had looked before. So just taking that one off. And just for instance, on here, that was his original colour. So yeah, you can just see really how much better it just looks. Just adding that extra bit of paint effects and stuff on these figures can really bring out the look to make them look great. But poor Hasbro. But I don't know what kind of paint or plastic they're using, whether they can't get to this colour and stuff like that. But their browns, especially on the new stuff like Bo-Katan, any kind of sort of like accessory that is brown, it could be like a belt, it could be like a brace, like bandolier. It just looks really plasticky and just like a horrible looking brown colour. And unfortunately, Chewie falls under that line as well because he just looks really kind of just a bit off, doesn't he? He looks a bit plasticky. He just doesn't look furry. There's so many other contrasts of colouring that you could do on there. So, which is a bit of a shame, to be honest with you. But yeah. So we've got any other things you want to talk about? Any other customs? Any other figures you want to get a closer look at? We can have a look. Wayne Duckett. 8 Death Troopers, 8 Scarab Troopers, 4 attack drivers, 4 TIE fighter pilots, and 6 Royal Guards. Nice. I have 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. I almost did get an extra Royal Guard once, to be honest, because it went down quite cheap, I think, on the thing. But I am literally a 1 figure collector. And that even goes for anything like that. I mean, I did get Stormtroopers, you know, like the old mold. I did get quite a few Stormtroopers at one point. I did buy. Do you remember? There was a little while back, actually. I think it was the Entertainer was selling for $9.99 the blast effect Stormtrooper, and I actually picked up 2 of that one. And in the end, I for some reason I kept gaining Stormtroopers, and I don't know how. But now they're all in the box because they're like the old type Stormtrooper, and I used to love the old type Stormtrooper, and then the new one come out. It's like, wow, it actually looks like a little 6-inch man in armor on my desk. Fantastic. I think it has one of the best things that Hasbro's ever done. Show off your troopers a bit and talk about each one. All right, then we can do that. I got for 40 Stormtroopers. Is that 40 of the older type or the newer type? Right. I suppose I go and get some clone troopers. Blimey. Right. I will go and get the ones over that side rather than the ones behind me for now. And we can talk about all those. So let's clear my desk. Let's clear all these guys. The old mold, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why, but for some reason for me, I'd never went out to rebuy a mold, but they just kept growing. For some reason, I think I ended up with about 8, and I don't know why. I think a friend gave me one, another one, the other 2 come with the other thing, and I ended up with a few more, and I don't even know where they come from. Okay, so right, well, I'll go and get them. We'll have a few other comments. I can't. Pine labs, 3 of each. And you got 3. Excuse me. Upgrade from the other day. Did you see the video? What did you think of him? Do you think he turned out all right? He's actually one of my favourite ones, I think. The way he turned out was really cool. Right, here we are. Here we be. Darth Moore, welcome, matey. Welcome indeed. Well, you've been a fan of the channel for way since the beginning. Take care, Duckett. I'll see you soon, mate. I have to get you on here. I'm going to hook up and we can talk live on the old YouTube and do some customs. So, guys, if I turn around like this and start talking, can you still hear me? Am I still clear? Just let me know, because then what I do, I will come off camera and I will enlarge the other one. Loud and clear, brilliant. Thank you, mate. Congratulations to you found this channel. I feel sorry for those who haven't. Yeah, well, I guess there's hundreds of people out there that haven't come across the channel, or maybe they have. You know, they might just come off one video at a time or seen one video on there. So who knows? We've got plenty of room for improvement, plenty of other people to join the fun train, and I'm just enjoying it. It's going at a steady pace, and I think it took me to get 1,000 almost a year. So in 2 years, I've gained an extra like 3,500. So it's going up really quick. It's going really rabbity. So yeah, I'm enjoying it. So thank you so much. So right, I'm gonna do that and then do this. Does that work? No. If I bring that over to this side and then do this, here we go. So now we can have a look at the actual figures themselves, and we can talk through some of the actual clone troopers as well. And I can still see comments as well on the phone. This is fantastic. Why have I not done lives like this before? So I'll talk through actually. Should we go through the journey? The journey of the channel. I think that might be a good thing. We can talk about that. So my first ever clone trooper, and I still think he holds the of time, is Captain Rex. You cannot not love this figure. He looks fantastic. And I feel sorry for people that literally don't have this figure. He just looks fantastic. Even like the head sculpt, taking off the helmet, looking underneath, he just looks really cool. And I used to watch Stigma. I used to watch another guy on Instagram, and they have actually come off, not Instagram, sorry, off YouTube, and they literally deleted their channels. But yeah, just like looking at this guy, he got the pauldron, he got all that dirt, he got all the extra bits on there. He just looked really nice. Fantastic. And this is what got me into Black Series. This is the clone. This is the figure. It's my first ever figure. And yeah, and I still think, any other new figures that come out, it just, it still knocks the pants off it, to be honest with you. The other figure that I got straight after him, and I spent £40 on this guy, was Wolf. Not as good as Rex. The arms and stuff on there, the articulation and all that was a bit crap. And this bit broke as well right at the beginning of it. And, still with his head and all that. And still a great figure. Obviously, he's had a bit of weathering and custom and stuff on there. But, yeah, really cool. So that kind of started me off with the clones. So, having these clones, so we can actually go through a bit of a collection. So we do have Commander Bly. And obviously, we did buy another Commander Bly because for some reason, a lot of people didn't go out and buy him. So I bought this one and regave him a new paint job and made Commander Divas. And also, we added this extra little notch just down here for his nose piece. And it just works really well. So we got those clones. We have upgraded Commander Gree as well. And I did enjoy this one. It's the first time I've ever done camo and stuff on this guy. And looking at Gree, when you've got Black Series figures, he just looks really cool. But when you look at his sort of like contrast of colours and stuff like that, he's really off. So this is why I've done a custom of just repainting this one up. So he's got proper silver now. He's got that green. It's a lot darker. The actual sort of top here is now black, and now he's actually got proper camo looking legs rather than that really kind of off glary, horrible fluorescent camos that he had on his legs down there. So now he's been completely redone, repainted, and looking really nice. So Divas was always stay one of my favourites. Yeah, it's a really nice looking colour, and there's like a blue version of them as well. So if they do a Commander Davis again, Bly, and a bit cheap, I think I might get that one and upgrade it to the blue as well. Feels like it was last week he did green. Do you know what? It was actually a year ago. It was probably a year ago to this day that I did green. So yeah, time does fly. So other ones we got here, we have got the crossover clones. So here is obviously Iron Man, and we can actually bring Iron Man in as well, so we can go side by side with him. And then we do have Captain America, and I'm really glad how this one turned out. It's actually my favourite crossover. It's amazing, and by that we can actually put Captain America next to him as well. What else we got? We've got Agent Carter, and this is the one that put me off. I just wasn't happy with the way it turned out, to be honest with you. The more I sort of look at it, it's not too bad, but just the paintwork. I think it's because I had to apply 3 different paints of blue on him, because the more I kept applying blue, it was just the wrong blue. So I had to bring on more blues at the time. And we didn't have the Agent Carter to really sort of go next to him, but obviously it was a darker blue for her. And obviously we made his shield. She's going to have to hump him for now because she doesn't stand up very well. And then obviously in the superhero kind of range, or it was the first crossover. Oh, no, that green here is the Batman. Let's take Agent Carter there. Yeah, so we got the Batman, which on that one, which is the first ever sort of crossover one I've done. And it's actually really nice, fantastic, and really glad how this one come out. It looks really nice. Did you get the Imperial Crosshair yet? I know he's also available on Star Action Figures right now. Yes, well, yes, I've seen him on Star Action Figures, but I haven't actually, I haven't picked him up, unfortunately. I think it's just when I was going through the sort of phase of getting more Marvel Legends than Black Series. I just find it kind of a little bit kind of because it's kind of that exclusive sort of thing. So it's like 26 quid, and I was just kind of like, do I want to get another Crosshair so soon after the other? I do want to get him. I have to make up a list actually what I'm missing, to be honest with you. So yeah, it was quite cool doing this Batman one with the Kamara skirt sort of thing and doing it as the Bat cape and stuff like that. It just really brings out that creative side of yourself, like really sort of trying to transfuse a character into another line. I'm always sort of quite happy actually how the superhero ones sort of turn out. So with that, we can actually go back through and bring up. I've got a nice poll with this now, and I can't find the one I want. So yeah, this one is really popular on Instagram. So this is the St. George crossover as the Templar Knight, and yeah, again, this one actually come up in sort of conversation. I was talking to one of my friends, and I said, wouldn't it be great, to sort of replicate like a Templar Knight? You could have like a crossguard lightsaber and stuff like that. And yeah, literally how he's turned out, it just looks really nice. I'm really quite chuffed how he's turned out, to be honest with you. Right, yep. So obviously the other one that we have done that was a crossover was Commander Doom, but obviously an official, well, not an official release, but an official crossover, shall we say, based on Commander Doom, Doctor Doom. And with that, actually, I do have Commander Doom just to my hand, which is right here. So yeah, it's really cool. Just bring that guy over, and he just looks quite good in a way. Do you know what I mean? He's just like quite happy, and the paint applications that I used on the guy, it all kind of sort of like it kind of fell into place while I was doing it. It just felt really nice, and it's really cool to have him on the shelf, to be honest with you. And I kind of use that extra kind of grey on the side there. I was going to just leave it white, but I've decided that, oh no, actually I'm going to sort of bring it over and just make it look a little bit kind of more metallic in a dirtier kind of way. And yeah, now he's right there looking pretty cool. So what else have we got on here? We have got another phase 1 crossover. So this was the G-Shock Trooper. That was kind of basically on G-Shock. It's just got the logo on there. It's got all the emblems and stuff on it. And again, I really like the colours, like, you know, especially with black clones. They look really cool because they're normally white and stuff like that. But having a glossy black clone looks fantastic. It's really good, and really chuffed to actually have him on the shelf as well. And this is what we were talking about the other day, was Gummy Gree, who's absolutely shit with his legs that are just literally wibbly wobbly, really annoying. And but just adding that extra paintwork on him, just those extra colours, different colours on there, just really adds to the figure, makes him look really nice. And yeah, quite chuffed how he sort of turned out, to finish. And I'm trying to find Gree, just trying to find my first custom Gree. I did have him around somewhere, and here it is. Yeah, so this is my first ever custom. It's kind of hard now to actually kind of remember which ones I did first around on that time. But yeah, Commander Gree, really still quite chuffed with him. I never really had to repaint him or do anything with him. The only thing that I have done is actually redo his bandolier, because the original one kind of broke. It's the first time that I sculpted anything or made anything, and I used Milliput for it. So it was kind of nice just to sort of bring him onto the actual onto the shelf, and for your first custom as well, like doing a bit of sculpting and stuff on there. It just worked out really cool. But the paintwork, I used to use masking tape all the time for these guys, especially when I first started. And now, quite confident that you can see me in the videos that I never used masking tape because I'm a bit lazy now. But I just want to get the actual custom done. Following Gree was the main guys that I've always wanted to do and always are my favourite in Clone Wars, which is Waxer and Boyle. Never tell me which one is which because I always get mixed up. Hi guys, how you doing, mate? I'm kind of here at the moment doing showing off the customs, but welcome indeed, matey. Glad to see you. And yeah, so Waxer and Boyle were my second customs. I've done them at Zaki at the same time, and yeah, I'm really kind of happy how these guys really turned out, to be honest. And I remember sort of like really watching a lot of YouTube videos, sort of because I'm kind of OCD, so I used to get sort of like looking at the people's reviews of this Commander Cody to make sure that I get the right color. And what I used to run downstairs to make sure I had the right color. I was like combining it to the screen, and it turned out pretty good, to be honest. It was pretty much down on the right color. So obviously we had to make a phase 1 Cody as well. We couldn't have a phase 2 without a phase 1 Cody. So here he is on the channel. Desaro, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks, boys. How long have you been on YouTube now? Because I got introduced to your channel, I think it was last year, that we sort of like started talking. So yeah, you must be coming up for at least 3 years, I think, on the channel. It's the only thing, like living in flats, your neighbours start kicking off. Although it's kind of nice to hear what they're arguing about. So we've done the Power Ranger one as well. We had to do the Red Ranger, didn't we? We had to bring him into the ball game. Looking pretty cool. Love the gloss red, and again, it turned out pretty all right. I really enjoyed doing this one as well. And then obviously using Boba Fett's gun into the line of kind of making it look like the Red Ranger's blaster as well. So we have him. We have got the repainted, re-looked at the new 212 clone on here with a newer paint job, all more in line with the black brow. And it just makes him look 10 times better, in my opinion. He just looks a lot better rather than what we did have from the official Hasbro, even though this was a bootleg figure. This is a bootleg clone trooper. But yeah, I'm kind of glad how he sort of turned out. And actually, that black brow just really just adds those details for this guy. So just taking him away, we have got Boss here as well. Again, sorry, I've got a bit of a Diet Coke going down the wrong mouth. So yeah, got this guy here who's looking really nice. Just that extra paint job on here really applies to this. That sort of weathering effect with the light effect on this bit, taking those horrible little grey bits that you had on the helmet off as well, repainting the gun, repainting that neck seal around on the back, and obviously adding that extra paint details to the back on there. So yeah, it is looking really nice. 4 years, and we'll hit 5 years next January. Well, congratulations, mate, for being on YouTube that sort of time. It is very time consuming, and the thing is with YouTube as well, you kind of like fall in and out of love with it quite soon and quite quick, don't you? I kind of go through fluctuations where 1 minute I'm like really pumped to bring out a new video, and then I'm like, oh, but I really can't bother to go and do it. Oh, it's going to take some time. I've got to do that. I've got to do this. I've got to take the pictures now. So sometimes it is a bit hard to sort of like keep pumping that sort of content out, especially when sometimes there's not a lot of return, is there, and stuff in it. But yeah, I enjoy what you do. I still tune into your channel, to be honest. I still watch it. I watched your complete collection and stuff the other day as well. So yeah, keep it up. And I especially like it where it's like two of you, a lot of that are doing it. It's really cool actually. So you get like both opinions and stuff on there. It's really nice. Rather than just me being on my Todd all the time. So yeah, we can have a look at a few more other customs. I mean, this is probably one of the it was a good clone. It was a good clone. It was nice that they brought out Fox, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's kind of like a letdown because it's they could have put it on this guy's body, but they didn't. So we've got this guy. So it was a bit of a shame. If they actually brought out some more, if this guy was on this body, it'd be amazing. But he's kind of like, I don't know what body's on. He's better than Wolf's. But maybe Cody, maybe. But his legs also feel a bit gummy as well for that figure. Obviously, I've done a heavy clone trooper for shock trooper from Battlefront 2. We've done him. I still haven't actually put a black brow on this guy. Look, this is the Coruscant Guard bootleg, and I still haven't done the black brow and stuff on him. So he definitely needs it. I'll add that on very soon, to be honest. Might do that off camera. We've got the Camino security guard. He was fine when he come out. Also, we had the black brow. And that helmet, you can tell that the helmet's got a lot better over time. It's a different plastic that they use for it. You can see it looks really soft. Almost looks like it's yellowing, to be honest with you. And obviously, we had to redo his leg paint because it was all incorrect. But yeah, he's on there now. This massive pile of clone troopers just building up on the side. So yeah, we've got 5s. We've done a weathering up on him with the Ark Trooper. Not 5s. Oh my god, Jet Echo. So yeah, we've done all his new paintwork and stuff on there, making him look really nice. So yeah, quite glad that they released him. Let's just hope sooner or later they bring out even more. Sorry, Adam Turvey, I didn't even see you say anything there. For myself, let me turn around to the camera so you see me. For myself, everyone else who can't get Rex, I hope they do a re-release him. Still seems very messy announcement and lack of information since from Hasbro. It is. Will they do a re-release of Clone Rex? I hope they do. I really do, because he's a really fantastic figure. I think actually it's probably the most premium figure that Hasbro have really released, especially for the age of him. But because they brought out the Bad Batch one, I think that would delay a re-release of the original clone Captain Rex. So I think the only way they might do it is maybe if Clone Wars becomes of an age, when did Clone Wars? 2010. So it's already past its 10 years anniversary. So maybe in its 5 years anniversary, they might bring out, not 5 years, 15 years anniversary maybe. Since the Clone Wars was released, they might re-release some figures that actually come from there. But I do think the Bad Batch one maybe pushed that Captain Rex aside because we've already had the others. Hyperspace Vault, thank you very much, guys. I've still got plenty to show off. I've got a whole shelf up here. Which side? Just that shelf there has at least over 30 clone troopers just on that one there. The Rancor Battalion will be awesome, mate. Looking forward to whatever you do. Yeah, I will do the Rancor one. I'm not too sure which one, but maybe the red, because red is my favourite colour. So maybe I will maybe bring that out. Your customers are amazing. Inspiration. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, mate. Thank you. And yeah, if you ever do customs or do anything like that, you just hit me up on Instagram. Just send those pictures over to me and I will share in my story for you. Maybe even in the archive line, to be fair, like Cody. Yeah, they could. That's a good shout, actually. Yeah, that is a good shout. Have they done the next line? Or is that the ones that are coming out? I remember they're doing an archive pipeline, but I haven't said anything else about another one, have they? Or I hope I'm just hoping for a Bosch. That's all I'm really hoping for. Obviously, like a slave Lear as well, but you know, I think they would still do that. You know, I still think they would produce a slave Lear, but obviously just bring it out as like the Hutt Slayer or something. I think it's, you know, I know like people think, oh, Disney, like they can't bring it out and stuff like that. But I mean, they just brought out bloody Moon Knight that's got like literally murder left, right, and centre. So I know Disney are kind of being nice, but even still in the Disney world and the Marvel world, they're still kind of exploring it. So who knows? Who knows what they might do? But I really hope they bring out a Bosch, and that's what I really hope an archive. But I do hope they bring out an archive Captain Rex as well, because he was a really nice looking figure, really really good. Like you can't beat it. I'm sorry, but you just can't. There's probably one other figure I would say is probably on par with a Captain Rex, to be honest with you. So what other clones have we got? We've still gone through all those. I have done Hauser, so we can bring Hauser over here. And looking really nice. He's a really good looking figure. I do think that they might bring this one out in official. I think he will get an official release alongside Commander Grey as well. I do think, especially when the Vintage Collection have brought these guys out, I think he will get an official release. But yeah, when I've done him as well, looking really good. It was just that colouring of this figure was really hard to replicate from the actual Bad Batch line. But yeah, quite happy how he turned out. But I kind of wish he was a shiny, because I had to repaint over him. He was a 332nd Clone Trooper, so I had to repaint over, get rid of all the orange and repaint him white. So unfortunately for that sort of side of it, I wish he was a shiny on that part. So what other clones have we got? So we've done Fire already, because earlier in the show, 1980s, wanted to look at Commander Fire. And also we have got the 501st Bootleg, which I would say is a really, really nice looking figure. He is awesome. He should actually be purchased. He's absolutely great. On the new body, face looks great. Everything on there, really shiny, looks really cool. Sorry, Hasbro, but I'm just saying that's a bootleg. Right. I suppose we have got these guys. You know, we've done a little bit of repaint on him. We've just sort of grayed him up a little bit, done a bit of a black wash, dulled that part down, and then done the black lines on there. I have seen other people do a better version of this guy, where they've actually made him more blue and stuff on there, a little bit more lighter grey, which I think probably works better than sort of like doing a black stripe and all that on there. But when I did this, there weren't that much material for this guy, to be honest with you. So next up we have, we could bring in the 322nd, two guys there, and let's find some oddballs. Off he goes. So other oddballs that we do have, we have got Killy on here. If he does stand, there we go. Was it Dra? This one here. I'll pick it back up in a sec. Right, so we can have a look at these guys. So, yeah, we've got Dra. He was one of an early one as well. After I'd done, obviously, Command Degree, I had to sort of like try and rematch his green and stuff like that. So, yeah, actually turned out fine. Little markings on their heads and stuff like that. I enjoy painting as well. Sort of especially when you first started off, you know, you look at something like that, even so small, it comes across quite daunting. So I can understand that people, when they're doing clones and customs and stuff like that, like how kind of hard it will be. But it's actually not. It's really not. It's as easy as you think it is. But it's because you're applying paint to a figure and you don't want to ruin it. But even if you do ruin it, you won't ruin it. All you got to do is let it dry, and then you can just take it off. And you can either go and get some acetone, which if your wife's got any nail polish remover, that'll work fine. But just make sure you don't panic and try and take it off, because you would just spread that paint all over the figure and it would just kind of ruin it. That's the only way you would ruin a figure, if you sort of painted it a bit too much and then spread it over the figure, because it's going to be harder to get because it kind of dyes the plastic. But it was really cool how he sort of come out. So then we've got these guys, the 322nd guys. So we've got Vaughn and just a standard. And I think this one, I always get mixed up if this one was so this is actually an official figure. We just sort of customized him and really kind of put him up and stuff like that. And I think it's the first time we took off his helmet. So it's got one of the heads underneath. That was my first painted head figure that I kind of gave this guy. Just like scraped off his nose. But he kind of looks like it needs a new paint job on there. But it's my first ever painted faced figure. So doesn't look too bad, I guess. I suppose it does need a bit of work, but we just keep the helmet on there. But again, the helmet's warped, looks a bit crazy. But Hasbro were just learning when they brought this guy out, I suppose. We had to sort of darken the visor as well, because it was like a very off grey looking colour. So we got Vaughn, and Vaughn's looking pretty cool. A lot of bits are snapped off because he has fallen off the cabinet a little bit too many times, so I might have to remake those parts on there. But still holding up, test of time, looking really nice. 3D printed parts from Clone Based Customs on Instagram. So again, looking really cool, looking really great, and really enjoyed making this guy. And I think this guy's body was my first 322nd Clone Trooper, and he was one of my worst ones as well. But he turned out pretty good in the end. So Keely was the one that scared me. This one really scared me, because that helmet, look how intricate it is, like the design around on those horns and stuff like that. It really I was really kind of sort of worried about doing this guy. But I think I had more trouble once I'd done this side. I had more trouble making it symmetrical, but once it was done, it wasn't too bad, to be honest. And you don't draw these in sort of like sections either. You just draw it as one piece, and then once it's dried, you just chip away the lines to take the paint off. So when he turned out, it was really cool. I was really glad how this one turned out, because he is one of my favourite Clone Troopers. I mean, just that helmet alone, isn't it? It's a really nice looking Clone Trooper. So let's add more clones to this big pile that I've got on the side. It's just getting humongous with the size of this. Putting all these over here. making a bigger taller on there. And then, so we have got a few of the sort of like what I call special forces. Do you make accessories for the customs? Not really. Actually, before I get onto this one, then we'll look at this one. I don't really make accessories as such. I don't really make like guns and bits and bobs like that. But so we have got Neo here, and I did actually sculpt all these parts myself. So this is a little bit of milli part that's on the top here, just on the side on this bit. And we've got the elastic bits that come over here. And these are actually elastic bits that you would find on, you know, like when you get like a notepad and you've got the elastic that holds the notepad together. I just cut it in half so it kind of splintered off. And then obviously just glued that into his belt down there and painted it grey. And then put a bit of milliput on there. And rather than making it one piece, I actually done it in two, so he still had his articulation in his arm on that point as well. And obviously with this bit, I had a bit of leftover clone belt, and I just glued these bits to the back of him. So that was that. And actually, I've actually upgraded this guy since I've done the video, because originally I did have a 3D printed helmet. Which I still got. So this was the original 3D printed helmet of him. But if you look at the sizing of it, it just comes out, it's really small. It's just a bit tiny on there. And the detail in the actual helmet as well, it didn't come out too good in the 3D printing. So most of it's all kind of painted on there. And I think I might have applied too much white paint on it. So that's why a lot of the detail kind of disappeared. So this, what he's actually got on top here, is actually I bought an extra Commander Wolf. So the ball point and the peg inside's a bit too small for his head. So can I get out? No. So inside is actually a Commander Wolf head inside there. So he's got a removable helmet. I need to sort of like add a bit of hot glue in there so his head can come out, but he's kind of sort of rigid in there, unfortunately. Yeah, it's just stuck. So yeah, but I upgraded his helmet. So it's a Phase 2 Wolf helmet that I've just kind of turned it into Neo sort of thing. So it's a nicer size helmet, and because it was already white and stuff on there, it was a lot easier to modify rather than a 3D printed head. So that was that one. So when I'm talking about Wolf, actually, I'll go and grab him. So I went out where I just purchased a second Wolf, because sometimes clone troopers, for some odd reason, they come back out. And for some reason, they go down in cheap pricing as well. You know, like sort of £15 and stuff. They go a bit cheaper than sort of like most other things as well. So it's a bit, you know, sometimes they come out at 20 quid, or you think they would come out at 30 quid if they're kind of like a re-release, or they've got some extra stock. But for some reason, they go down in price. And about 2 years ago, Star Action Figures had loads of these, and they were selling them off for 12 quid. So I didn't go out there to buy loads, just bought one because I just wanted an extra body, and I couldn't be asked to repaint a Commander Wolf for Phase 1. So I already painted the Phase 1 helmet, and all I had to do was chuck it on there, and then I used the helmet then to go onto Neo. So that's kind of why I bought it. So it's just literally the Phase 2 body on there, and then obviously just chucking that body on top there. So it looks really cool. You should do a diorama for your Stormtrooper and stream you're making it. Yeah, so I'd actually, I would really like to make a bike department. I'm not, well, I mean, if you're doing a Stormtrooper, I don't know. I mean, obviously we said on the stream the other day, didn't we? We were saying that I want to do a Tatooine one, which would be a lot easier. Because I do think if it's going to be a Death Star or something like that, it just needs 3D parts really, because there's no way you can really make it from scratch, making that kind of sort of look in, you know, kind of uniform and stuff like that. It wouldn't look right. So I will look into making dioramas. I'll probably ask around on Instagram and stuff like that for people that do make them and stuff, just to get a few ideas like how to start. But saying that, I did go into Wix's. I don't know where you're from, but in the UK, which is just a DIY shop. And I was just having a little browse around, and you can actually buy samples of things for like dirt cheap. So I actually bought like what you see me paint on is that kind of slate. It was 99p. And I bought a few other slate things for another few bits, and they do like wooden flooring, slate things and stuff like that. So it's actually quite cheap for making dioramas. You know, if you wanted like a road, you could buy a nice slate tile. So it's got a good buster weight to it, you know, for only £1. So it was a good place to start. I was having a look around, but at the time I was looking for other parts. Buy a resin cast backpack, and you can do Sussex grass bases and resting for something. Yeah, I was actually watching someone on YouTube as well the other day. They was building Iceman, doing like all these resin things. And do you know what I would absolutely like to start practicing? How to make resin heads, like casts and stuff like that. I'd love to know how to do all that sort of thing, because then it would actually become a lot easier. Because I want to make some more pauldrons and stuff like that. And the way I was doing it before was a ball ache, was a massive ball ache, and that's why I've not made my own pauldrons for a long time. And I used to make my own holsters as well, out of milliput. So I made a mold. So I bought two. I bought two. Oh my god, Captain Rex. I bought two of them at the beginning when they was nice and cheap. I actually took his belt off and I cut it all up and stuff like that, and actually made two molds out of his holsters. And obviously when they sort of come out, they're almost a solid piece. But what I had to do then was spend at least 2 hours dribbling out the holsters. And then I used to make guns out of milliput as well. And I was like putting them in. No, it needs to lose a bit there, put them in. No, it needs to lose a bit there, put them back in. And that's going to lose a bit, and they put it back in there. It was over and over and over again that I was putting these holsters in there. I would actually spend a whole night making a pair of guns and holsters. So thank for 3D printing. So which I need to get 3D printing myself, but I rely on my mate, and then I just pay him some money to go and to print them off for me. Saw a live stream finally. Yes, so here we are. Thank you very much, Craft 3D Creations. We are here. We're literally just going through all the clone troopers and stuff at the moment, to be honest. And I'm in no rush to get off either, so we're just going to be chilling out tonight. I've got my alcohol flowing, and we're just going to enjoy it and relax and celebrate these 3 years together and stuff like that. Take care, mate. Have a good one. Hope you enjoy yourself. Have a good weekend, and I'll see you soon. So, yeah. I'll just pour me another tipple. And then I will go and grab some more clone troopers that we can discuss as well. Let's have a looky. So we take this guy off. So that was the old commander. Oh, I've still got some of the guys here. That. So this is a 187th clone trooper. Check him out. So I just started working on a Phase 1 Ark Trooper kit bash from Clone Wars Echo and Walgreens exclusive Lieutenant. Nice indeed. I don't know why they put that chest part on the Ark Trooper for the Phase 1. It's kind of a bit off-putting. So I kind of was thinking, if I did do that, would I make Fordo? But then I've already made a custom Fordo. So it's kind of like, I don't know. But it's just annoying that when they reuse the body and then just chucks on the Phase 1 head. You know, they don't really look at these reference pictures and stuff like that, do they, too well? Which is good old Hasbro in a way. And then that brings us to go and do our 3D printing and customizing and crafting in those kind of ways. So this is the 187th Clone Trooper. There was a phase where I had loads of clones and I just wanted to just produce different colours. There's a fan of the channel as well. He loves purple. It's his favourite colour. So I just thought, you know what, I'll do a Phase 1 187th Clone Trooper. The Phase 2 ones, yeah, they have different, like light blue and purple. But if you look back and if you look at other sort of Clone Troopers, like even the Coruscant Guard, and there's a few other ones that start implementing different colours and they're more blander. The Phase 1s are more kind of a bit more blander than when they get into extravagant into the Phase 2. So I didn't incorporate the light blue in this figure. I just made him a Coruscant colouring guard in the dark purple. Leg swapping to make them more accurate for making a 501st. Yeah. Definitely. It just annoys me where they, you know, and it annoys me as well, like when they produce a Clone Trooper, but they can't decide what is the best part. So you get a Clone Trooper and then it also has old legs, but everything new at the top, and then you get everything new at the bottom and old at the top, you know, and then you get everything that's kind of old with a new body part in the middle. It's just they keep butchering it, and I think that's what annoys me with the Clone Troopers at the moment, is that they're never uniform. They're always like these different types of molds and different things. I mean, they just literally need to go back to Captain Rex, and that's it. They should be away, really. That was the best clone, in my opinion. So yeah, that was the 187th on that one. And then is it Shadow Corpse? Is it on that one? Which is this guy here. And again, like as I was saying about the other one earlier, like the shiny gloss, you know, because we're so used to like Clone Troopers, aren't we? We're so used to them being white. They just look fucking amazing. They look brilliant in black. Like they look kind of menacing and stuff like that. Look really good. I just got someone revving up their engines as I go past, but yeah, it looks really cool. And then obviously we can put it next to the Shock Trooper one as well. And what these guys really look like is the old G.I. Joe bat, don't they? Like they all kind of sort of look like they're part of the same kind of unit and stuff like that. So it's really cool. So yeah, happy how that one turned out. He looks really cool. He's a really nice looking figure. And normally they are in a Phase 2, but you know, for this channel, we love, well, me personally, I do like the Phase 1s. I know everyone else is like, do more Phase 2. I would do. But the main part of it, when I did start the channel, I was a big fan of Clone Wars. I was a big fan of the Clone Wars in the earlier stages, so it was always Phase 1. But the other main reason is because there wasn't a decent bootleg of a Phase 2 clones. But obviously now there is. But now we're further down the line, we're actually getting more Phase 2 kind of grunts and units coming out. So it just seems odd, like they don't actually produce sort of colours. You can imagine like a 2-pack of the 212th Clone Trooper, where they could have done an actual waxer and boil with that nice little picture thing on his head and stuff like that. So again, here's the look at all these Clone Troopers are getting bigger and bigger. I think I must be like have about 90 clones or more, I think, out of them all. Oh, look, we've got another one here that just popped out, which is Comet from Wolfpack as well. And Yeah, it was an earlier one. Again, I went through the stage of like having quite a few clones, and I just kind of thought some of the commanders need an extra hand, so that's why I've done Dra for Gree, and then we done Comet as well for Wolf as well. So again, it's kind of going back quite a while, to be honest, with this guy. 2 years ago, maybe a little bit more than that. So that was this guy, and I'll go and grab some more. Just turn this around. And obviously, some of the newer clones that we have done is the ones from Attacker clones. Don't know. This one fell down. These guns popped off somewhere. But there's a sergeant, and then we've got the captain as well. And these guys are so iconic, aren't they? They're like really iconic sort of clone troopers. They're just clean. They're just new. They're going out for their first ever attack on the Geonosis. And yeah, they just look really, really nice. What kind of put me off for these, because I was going to go and get the all the original ones, but you couldn't get the yellow one, which was so it's Captain, Sergeant, Lieutenant. Is it the Commander, yellow? If I'm right. You know, he was only in that exclusive pack, so it's kind of hard to get. Then obviously the Sergeant was out, but his kind of colouring in the actual plastic didn't look bright white. The red one in the Captain was fine, and then they brought out the last one, which is the Lieutenant, in the blue, and it was just the wrong blue. So I never went out there and buy the official ones. So that's why I bought 4 bootleg Phase 1 clone troopers and just gave them a paint job. Very simple, really easy to do, really fun to do, to be honest, because they just add in those, what is it, like a couple of stripes to the actual clone. Look fantastic. You know, and straight away you got that iconic look from the Attack of the Clones. And all I need now is actually a shiny to go with them. But as soon as I have a shiny, I always repaint it for some reason. But yeah, it's really nice to get these guys on the shelf, that was for sure. So there was another 4 added to the line there, and we put that aside. Feel free to ask questions as well while you're waiting, while I just rabbit on about the clones and stuff like that. And then obviously we got this one here, which was the Ark Trooper, which was Fordo. I have got ponds. I don't know why they stand on the shelf, but as soon as I put them on this flat surface, they don't stand. So there's ponds. And then we got Bomb Squad. And then we also got no worries, mate. I know what that's like. I hope it's a nice, normal little argument and not the misses. So we bring it over, and then we got Bly as well. So we've got a nice Phase 1 one there. So we take Pons out of the way because he's blocking Fordo, unfortunately. So Pons, I really like this guy. Just really thought he was really fantastic in the Clone Wars. So it was one that I really iconic. I really wanted to make. And I had him in obviously the 3.75 as well. So it was really nice to sort of replicate him and bring him into the line. And yeah, turned out good. Turned out great. It's hold the rest of the time. The only thing that has happened is that his holster has fallen off. There we go. That's what we got here. Thank you very much indeed. Really cool. There is no misses anymore. That's the problem. Join the club, mate. I'm in the free world at the moment. It's enjoying life, to be honest, with no restraints. I'm not going to try and encourage you, but yeah, it's really good at the moment. But it was tough, that's for sure. But yeah. So who are you arguing with? You're not splitting up right now, are you? Or are you talking to me? That'd be awful. So the other clones that we got on here, yeah, we've got the Ark Trooper on here. So all these Pauldrons as well that they got on there is actually custom made. These are actually milliput. I actually made a mold. I probably should actually do a video of how I made the Pauldrons and how I milliput. Because I suppose for about £15, you probably could make about 100. I suppose that's probably exempt. Probably about 50 Pauldrons and stuff on there. So yeah, there's the Pauldron on there. I had a bit that was left over from another Pauldron, and then obviously I just cut it down, snapped it off. So if you're looking at that bit there, it's actually this part about up to here. So I actually just snapped off another part on there and then glued it on. This is from the old Rex, my second Rex I had. So we've got the aerial on there. Millie put it out onto his guns, and the guns actually are DC carbines with the bottom bits taken off, so they're actually made into pistols, and obviously all the other parts are just crafted and added on. So I feel sorry to get rid of this guy if the other Ark Trooper's out, but I do feel like he still looks a lot better. No, we spoke earlier, and she's just screaming at me, accusing me of a bunch of stuff, which is why I decided to end it, because there's no trust. You can't be with someone who has no trust. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I could literally be a lecturer and talk to you and stuff like that. It's just I've been there and done that. Yeah, because even my ex-wife, she accused me of when we split up and I started seeing someone else, and she accused me that this other person's child was mine, and it was like the baby was already like a year old and stuff like that, you know. But all my life I've been accused and stuff like that, and it's just like, if you don't know me, there's no point being with me if you don't trust. So yeah, I understand completely on that point, mate. I'm totally with you. I understand. No, it's nice, mate. Enjoy the content. We can just chat to our heart's content. Do you use enamel or acrylic paints? What's your advantage, disadvantage of using alcohol-based acrylics versus water-based? Right. So I use acrylic. If you use enamel, it can sort of like break on the figure, and it easily chips as well. So acrylic is better. So I have used alcohol-based acrylics. And it's annoying because some of the alcohol ones actually have better colors than the water-based acrylics, but the alcohol ones dry 10 times quicker than the water-based, which can be hazardous when you're painting a figure. Sometimes it's good if there's a certain bit of detail that you want that is slightly a little bit. Say you've got a bit of detail that you want to do. You want to add like a comlink, like a bright light or something like that, and they don't do it in the water-based color, but they do it in the like the alcohol kind of line. It's fine, but if you're going to paint a full figure or a full bit of nice armor and stuff up the top, it dries so fast that your paintbrush starts getting so tacky so quick, and actually trying to clean your paintbrushes while you're doing it. And because you're taking your time and it's not like just big massive strokes, it's just annoying to paint with. So I would always recommend acrylic water-based, and then you'd be fine. But yeah, the other stuff, it just dries too quick and it just becomes really annoying. I think I can't remember which one it was, but I think Devis or Devis, whatever his name is, I used that one on him, but it wasn't too bad because he was just stripes and I was repainting Bly. And so I was just over painting the figure itself. But there was another figure that I really started painting over the top of, and it just got messy. It got tacky really quick because it's drying quickly, so I couldn't spread it. So the more I was trying to sort of spread new fresh, it was drying too quick. So yeah, it's just it's not good at all. It's just I wouldn't recommend it at all. I've been using enamel paints for my Boba cosplay, and alongside, as you seal them with paint sealant spray, it's all right. Yeah, so long as you sort of seal it and stuff like that, which I don't. I'm just too lazy for when it comes to sealing and stuff. All I need to do is go down Halfords really and get like a matte sealant and stuff like that. But yeah, I just never do, which I should. I'm a bit of a pain for that, to be honest with you. So we've got the Bomb Squad Clone Trooper here, and not looking too bad. I've again, re-hand painted the decals on there. I know people out there, they go and buy like water-based decals and stuff like that, but again, I didn't know where to go from. And I just don't want to go out there and pay for extra little bits of detailing, really, that I don't really necessarily just want to do. So I really sort of tackle myself. I have got like a bit of a drawing kind of history anyway, so I'm kind of handy with a pen and stuff. So just applying that to a paintbrush and stuff it's a lot easier. So it's not too bad. But yeah, so I'm quite happy how that little logo turned out. And from a distance, it's not going to look too bad. But the yellow lines and stuff on there, actually I think this was freehand for that as well. So it wasn't all pretty good. I usually use water-based acrylics myself. I like being able to correct my mistakes easily. I usually deal with semi-gloss or matte clear coat at the end to prevent chipping. Yeah, which is ideally. So to me, you're doing that right. I wouldn't change what you're doing at all. It's absolutely, it's on the right film there. I'll send you a photo for the helmet. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, just do that, mate. I've actually got my little phone here. So I can still click on the old Instagram at the time. Which is on there. So what I need to do now is go and grab... Oh, no, we've still got Bly. Again, Bly, I've actually glued in the top visor part here because it keeps snapping off. The guy... Well, he didn't get snapping off. The guy keeps falling off the bloody shelf, to be honest with you. That's what happened there. But again, paintwork on there still intact, still good. Not sealed. Haven't done any sealant on it. And yeah, I keep blaming my horn, but I'm quite proud of these guys, how they turned out, to be honest. And since like the Clone Wars and stuff, I think it just looks really cool. Looks really nice. So yeah, it's quite nice to have this on guy here. So there's my pile of clones. Look at them. I didn't realise I've got to tidy all this up tomorrow as well. So the next ones is the big boys, isn't it? This is the big sort of guys. So we do have a Phase 1 Jet Trooper from Battlefront 2. He's pretty cool. Looks really nice. We have got Stone. We've got Jex. Phase 1 Fox. Do you understand? Yeah. Well, that could be Reese. Reese Jex. I know you haven't. And then we have Phil, Commander Philly. think it's quite the feel, isn't it? So what kind of paints do you recommend? I usually use Tamira, but expensive here. Testers was always the easiest to get here for years, but I think they're going out of business. Yeah, I mean, I use Tamira. I'm quite lucky, actually. Or Tamiya. I'm quite lucky, to be honest, because I've literally got a model shop 5 minutes in the car away from me, and they literally do. And I mean, they do a lot of different paints. You know, I use MIG. If you can get MIG, they're quite nice paints. They're kind of like small little ones like that, you know, like a little tube, and they actually can pinch it and they drop out little bits of paint. Because I find with Tamira, if you want to mix and paints, they all come in pots and stuff, so you need to get the little kind of like a turkey baser sort of thing and bring it out and stuff like that. So they're not too bad, to be honest with you, and the appliance of it's not too bad. But yeah, I only use Tamira, to be honest. So I know a lot of people use Citadel and paints and stuff like that. But for me to get Citadel paints, it's expensive and it's hard to get hold of as well, because I'm going to be have to be paying eBay prices and stuff like that, where they always chuck on more pence as well. But I'm kind of lucky that I've got that shop nearby. But if you've got a model shop or anything nearby, or even ring up your local model shop, they might even recommend a place that's nearby. Because that's what happened to me. I rang up a shop that was further away, and they actually told me about this shop that was literally on my doorstep, and I never even had an idea about it. Tamira's great. Great. They are the best acrylic brands, yeah, because they're pigment as well, and because they're already kind of really thin as well. So it's actually great for spread as well on the figure. And just adding a tiny bit of water will actually matte that color down as well. So yeah, so let's go through these figures that we got on the side here. So we have got the old Jet Trooper from this part here, and from Battlefront 2. I kind of wanted to bring this guy in. You know, again, it's kind of like an off grey black kind of part on there, looking really nice. We've got the jet on here, which is kind of sort of that's a bit of a resin kit on there as well, and it's connected as well by a magnet, so we can take it off and put it back on if we want to. And again, it's got a nice silver pistol there, which is actually one of my Milliput pistols from back in the day. And yeah, the paint on there is looking all right. On him, let's chuck him on the pile. So next up, we can go through these guys. It always confused me, because is Stone part of the Coruscant Guard? Because he's an off colour. He's supposed to be red, but he's kind of like a brown kind of colour. So I'm kind of always a bit sort of not too sure, to be honest with you. So we take a closer look at him anyway. So with this guy, the lines and stuff on there is all right. Again, I applied the decals on the side of his arm, all hand painted, and just using a cocktail stick and a Stanley knife, I just chipped away back at the details to bring it back into line there. And a Milliput holsters again that have been dribbled out inside, and they're really heavy as well compared to like the 3D printed ones that you get. And you can actually tell which ones are 3D printed on here. And these are my Milliput ones. Look at the size of them and stuff on there. So that was Stone. And then we got the Commander Fox, which is one I really wanted to do. I really like the design of a Phase 1 Fox on there. Just looking quite cool. 3D printed head from Clone Base Customs again. Hand deckled sort of like chest area, arm parts and stuff. And that's the hardest part, is when you're painting clones, is actually trying to find the reference pictures and stuff on them, especially like when they start getting intricate underneath the arms and stuff like that. They're just kind of sort of hard to find. Oh, I'm missing people here. So we've got, I use the cheap stuff like Fork and Apple Barrel. As long as they get sealed, they hold up pretty well. I do wish that sometimes they were a bit more vivid though. I have to dabble with Tamira. Yeah. So Apple Barrel, I think it's like a Walmart exclude, like a Walmart brand, isn't it? Something over in America, which we don't have over here, but I guess it's probably a little bit like the other paints that I use, which is like the Winsor and Newton stuff, which I only use for details because that does chip quite easily, to be honest with you. But there was a guy that I used to watch on YouTube all the time. He used to have like a massive Imperial cupboard, and he had all these different Imperials, officers and stuff like that. He used to do all these customs and stuff. I used to watch him all the time, and then all of a sudden he just like disappeared off the face of the earth, and his channel disappeared as well, which was unfortunately, because I enjoyed watching his sort of like stuff that he used to produce. But he used to use apple barrel as well, which is, you know, we don't get in the UK. Yeah, Stoney is part of the Central Escort Trooper, which is why he was with the three-eyed Senator and Jar Jar when they went to rescue Anakin and Obi-Wan. Okay. Yeah. And that's the thing as well. When you look at the old Clone Wars and the reference pictures, because I was always on the planets and everything was kind of a little bit kind of matte in colour, sometimes the colouring all I was using was the 3.75, but when you kind of sort of look into it, it's actually like maybe the colouring was a little bit off. So that's kind of why I went a little bit more reddish with stone to sort of bring him more in line, because I think the original 3.75 was kind of like a bit like ponds. It was a bit like a browny colour. So the last ones of the sort of Senate guards and stuff like that. So we have Keel. Is it Keel? No, Phil. So he was from my favourite episode, which is Leia of Grievous, with obviously Ket Fisto, and yeah, looks really cool. He just looks great, doesn't he? Like the way he's turned out. Just that circle on the front. I think I used a little bit of paper, and it was just kind of nice. It kind of come out all right there. It's all right. It's Walmart, I believe, and they basically are the same as full cut. Okay. Yeah, so I know it's American kind of Walmart sort of brand and stuff. I wish we kind of got a bit sort of cheaper colours and stuff over here, but Tamira from the model shop down the road is something like £2.25p or something like that. So for the pot, you know, it's not a bad thing because I can get quite a lot of paintings and stuff out of it. What actually is not good money is where I don't really seal the top of the pots well, and I've spilt so much paint, or some of them are just old. Like the silver I was using on, I should have popped down the shops the other day to buy some new chrome silver, because what I was using on Echo the other day was getting a little bit matty. So unfortunately for that one, so I need to go out and get some more, because I keep forgetting to put the lids on, and I fall asleep and wake up in the morning and I've still got the lids off on the paints. So sound like a right idiot. No. So yeah, so that was Phil on that part, and that's the back part of him. Some of the quick little ganders. And then we have Reese and Jex, and obviously I had to get these guys because we did Fire quite early on. And with Fire as well, my first initial one of him was a very dark red, almost sort of like on the verge of brown. And again, like in the Clone Wars, they were a very dark color red. So, and I was a bit OCD, like everything had to match. But I really like the Phase 2 shock troopers and stuff like that. I really like that really fluorescent red, you know, because red's my favorite color. So then I did apply these guys with this new red, and I think actually that's what we was talking about, that alcohol paint, because this was a crimson red. It was a very nice deep red. So I kind of applied it to these guys, and then I updated Fire with it as well. So, and then I was kind of happy because I was always a bit unsure how Fire turned out, and it was his color. That's why I didn't like him as much, because his color was a bit off. So yeah, I've done these guys here. Again, using the sort of like a little bit of details there on the actual figure itself, and looking pretty cool on that side. And yeah, I mean, just simple, aren't they, these ones? So I've just got that. And there's exactly the same figure. Again, I used what I've done on Gree, making this his bandolier around on that part, and then painting up a 3.75 spring-loaded rocket launcher type rotational blaster. I just applied it a bit of paint to it, so it actually falls more in line, to be honest, with the figure. It looks better, doesn't it? With the 3.75 it looked oversized, but for these guys it's like probably about the right size. So that is most of the custom clones. And now, I did say that they were the big boys earlier, but the big boys are coming up now, which is the 501st Customs, which is going to be mainly all these other ones. The guns are going to fall out of his hand. Yeah, maybe not. So, let's go. So, first of all, we do have Hawk, which is obviously a basic figure that come out. We did actually weather him up and add a few extra details to him. So we have got Jesse on there. Got Dogma. And we've got Kicks. We've got Hardcase. We've got Fives. Phase 1 Rex. Just checking on the back, it's not standing up. We've got Tup. And then we got Echo as well. And then we have got the Jet Trooper. Right, so let's get this a little bit more in line. You see the size of this. It's just getting huge. If you could have one character's gear, who would it be? What version and why? What do you mean, in real life? Or to make a custom? If you could have one character's gear, who would it be? What version? What, as like a cosplay? And then we got these guys. Tomorrow's $3.99 for a small jar here, bigger is $4.99. Usually the spray cans is your $8. Yeah, that is quite a lot. The only thing I would recommend, like if you know what you're going to do, it depends. If you're going to just paint one guy, it's probably not worth it. But the paint pot will actually last a little bit longer. I mean, I don't know how much for $3.99 is compared to what we pay. So it's just kind of like, if you got a nice blue, you could do a whole squad, couldn't you? Like at least 501st and stuff like that. But I would even go out there, just go and buy some other acrylic paints that isn't a special brand and stuff. Just try it, and don't try it on a clone trooper. Don't do anything like that. Don't go and ruin your figures. You could even do what I used to do. So like these old sort of like 5.0A sort of clone troopers and stuff like that. And this is like a first order clone trooper that I just went out there and just got. And this is what I actually use as my tester. This is my tester clone trooper because it's a similar style plastic to what these guys are, but only cost like £2 or something like that from a shop. And sometimes there's some other plastic figures as well. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so like if you're testing paints and stuff like that, don't go out there. Don't go and get a clone trooper. Don't go and spend sort of like money on the clone trooper, then go and test your paints on it. So we have like the pound shop stuff out here, and they come with little figures, and you know, just sort of stuff like this. You know, like I was testing out. You can see where I was like testing out grease paint here, how it dried and how it applied and stuff like that. So just go about and just try things like that. You know, just go out and buy little crap figures that you don't care about, and they're little testers. Test the paint that's on those figures first. You'll see how the paintbrush goes and stuff like that. But just it's great practice. And some of these as well, you'll find that they've got details on them that aren't painted. So, like, I mean, if you look at this guy here, he's got like a little red cross kind of thing on there. So you could actually use your detailing skills and stuff like that on these like type of little figures first before applying to a Stormtrooper or a Clone Trooper. So it's a good little practice things on those. Just go to the shops and buy those little shitty, little crappy little toys. Highly recommended. And obviously, if not, you can go and get Clone Troopers like this and applying a paint job on it. You could actually just pretend that this is your Star Wars figure, and if you're going to do like a custom paint job on it, you know, it's a great way of doing it. So what else we've got here? In real life, not, oh my god, what's going on with this thing here? Not as an actual gear, and not as cosplay, as like actual gear and allowed to wear and use for whatever. That's a toughie, isn't it? That one. You know, like obviously, like as a clone trooper and stuff, it would be great. But I know what it's like to wear Stormtrooper armor, and it's not comfy. But I don't really get into many battles every day. I don't really shoot a lot of people each day. So I would kind of like something a little bit more comfy and something that has a little bit better gear, to be honest with you. So it would either be a clone, well, maybe a jet trooper. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? I would say, yeah, it's got in it. That's it, innit? You got to be Boba Fett, isn't it? Like, it's comfy. You know, it's not a lot of armor and stuff on there. You get cool weapons and gauntlets and tools and gadgets, and you get a jetpack. But if it was the outfit wise, my favorite type of Boba Fett is actually the Book of Boba Fett armor. I think the Book of Boba Fett armor is the best look for Boba Fett. I really like it. I like it. It's clean. I like the way it's kind of like presented. I think it looks cool. My original one would have been the Return of the Jedi look, but I really do like. It's kind of like a combination of it, but I do like the Book of Boba Fett from Book of Boba Fett. I think it's the best look for Boba Fett, in my opinion. I also build model kits. So if you've got a lot of colours in stock. Oh, nice. What's the model kits that you build? Is it the Bandai or is it just normal models? I'll get Bob's gear from his show. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the best look in it. I think it's really nice looking, to be honest with you. Right, let's go for this. This is the last lot. This is the last lot of my clone troopers. And then I've gone through every single clone that I've got. Actually, I've got two more. I'll do two more after this one. One's exciting, one's not. Right, okay, so over here. So Hawk, obviously just normal, actual, official clone trooper. Not looking too bad. It's all right, I suppose. Just weathered up a little bit. I've done some extra kind of paint work on these details here and at the top on his helmet. Not too bad body. You know, it's kind of annoying where it's kind of, again, inconsistency with their clone troopers and stuff on there. So, but nonetheless, pretty cool, to be honest. it's just really nice to get that kind of clone helmet. I just can't wait for them to bring out a phase one pilot. Would be amazing. Wish they do that. So other one, we've got Jesse on here. Nice, still glossy, looking pretty cool. And the Imperial cog come out pretty good as well. Whoosh, put that one on here. And then we've got Denell with his jetpack. Again, magnetised on there. And these guys keep falling off, so a lot of their sort of jet bits at the bottom are snapped off, unfortunately, in the time. And then on here, we've got Dogma. Again, still reflective, still looking all glossy, a little bit chipped, which is fine. And it was quite an easy one to do. Most of the 501st are quite easy to paint. And once you get the paint as well, it's quite nice to just paint a few in a way. So what I did was actually paint quite a lot. And there was kind of like, I think about 4 in consecutive weeks that I'd done it all. But actually, I did them all in one go. So the other one we have is Kicks. Obviously, he's got his little paint sort of medical emblem on the side, all hand painted, looking quite cool and chipped. Again, on his legs, really not much detail apart from that one around on here and around on the back as well. And, again, just adding those, the 501st, isn't it? I mean, the colours and stuff, they just stand out on here. So this is Tup with his little teardrops either side. Again, another really easy custom to make. It's just simple lines and the teardrop. There's nothing else you can get wrong with this guy. So it's really easy to do, apart from the little thin line that goes around on his brow and stuff up the top there. And then getting down to the last ones, we've got Hardcase. Again, he was quite intricate on this one. It was probably one of the ones I was kind of daunting in a way. I just thought it was going to be quite hard, but it turned out not too bad, to be honest. I think I had to redo his chest bit about 3 times just to get it sort of straight. Well, it's not straight, it's more like symmetrical. I always guarantee I do one side perfect and the other side I can never do it. But maybe that's my OCD, to be honest with you. But yeah, so he turned out all right. And then these guys, we have 5s. Again, these were quite early on. I actually done these quite early on in the actual show itself, on the actual video. So on again, we have hand painted the sort of like 4 heavy on the side here. So for their fallen comrade and stuff, hand painted on the top and around on the bottom. Again, there's not really much details for these guys, just a simple line the leg and lines on the arm. A little bit more intricate on the helmet and stuff up there as well, but it's not too bad. Chuck them on the pile. Again, Echo, a couple lines, handprint, and a bit on the side there, but it's quite nice now. Now we actually have 3 types of Echo, don't we, in the thing? So we actually got the evolution of Echo now, so which is pretty cool. So we've got Echo phase 1. I thought I might get to phase 2, but this one. Oh. Oh, no. Right. Well, if you get my Instagram, I'll do a picture tomorrow of all 3. The evolution of Echo on the. I think he's underneath this lot, and then obviously we can bring in phase 1, Captain Rex. This is the most pinnacle guy in it of the Clone Wars. It's just that look as well. It just looks cool. Just slight weathering, not too much on there, and it's looking pretty badass to finish off the 501st guys. So chuck all those on there, and then as I said, nothing exciting. So I did an actual, because beforehand we couldn't get the Coruscant Guard shock troopers. I actually made my custom beforehand. So we've got a custom shock trooper on here, 3D printed head, bootleg body and then paint job on here, and he turned out not too bad, to be honest. But actually, he still looks better than the new official one. But yeah, it's just kind of nice to have him on the shelf, to be honest, because you couldn't get the other one for love or money unless you bought out that massive expensive pack, to be honest with you. And then I had a Captain Rex, and he was really damaged because I took all his stuff off and everything on there. So this is the Boba Fett What If Alpha stayed as a clone trooper. So you know, it's a slight homage to Boba Fett's helmet. I actually took off, because obviously at phase 1 they normally have these kind of mohawks on the top, but I took it off for this one, so that's why it looks a little bit off, a little bit different. I took off that mohawk around on the back. This is actually glued on, and obviously I just sort of like repainted this over the actual top of the body and stuff, so it's pretty cool. And then obviously his Kamara is actually made of the same fabric as like his cloth material and stuff there, and based on the Return of the Jedi look for him as well. And yeah, I like the way he sort of turned out. And then that is it. That is all my clone troopers, apart from, I'll just show you these ones. These are, sometimes I go off and I have some extra heads. So I've done a camo phase 1, and then this was my Spider-Man. I was thinking about doing a Spider-Man crossover one time, so I just sort of sat down and had a little bit of a play, and that was a phase 1 Spider-Man, and sort of camo type ones there. So I've got these sort of extra helmets that just sit on the side for now. So this is my massive pile of clone troopers and stuff on there. I've just sort of started building up around on this side. So yeah, get in there, I suppose. And we probably still need more clone troopers on the shelf as they keep coming out. So let me just bring myself over to this side, and then I can bring myself back to the big screen and take off the small one. And I can actually talk to you guys a little bit, because my throat's hurting. Get my drink. Right, with Boba Cosplay, should I do Rearmored Mando Season 2 or Black Flight Suit from Book of Boba? Bear in mind, Untitled funds. I think they would cost the same if I'm thinking about it, to be honest with you. And I just think the Book of Boba outdoes the sort of like the monk look of Boba Fett. So it's more of a cleaner look and more looks nicer, doesn't it? More iconic. And I think that's his look from going forward. So then it would pay more tribute to Boba Fett, and it would pay you better to keep that look for longer, rather than just having that one episode or a couple episodes of Mandalorian. That's not his look. So when people get more accustomed to that, because a lot of people, when they're looking at details, they don't look and think that there's any difference. But the more that other look progresses, the more that other look for Mandalorian is going to get more redundant. So when people see it, go, oh, they looks like him, but it looks a bit cheap. Doesn't look right. So that's the only thing I would say and bear in mind in. Love the Spider-Man clone head. I thought of doing a Bad Batch mashup with them painted like an Ninja Turtle. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Especially the backpacks and all that. That would look really cool, actually. Yeah. I love Ninja Turtles as well. Raphael is my favourite, to be honest with you. I suppose I could open up the camera again, because I've got all my droids as well that I've done and painted up as well. But I sort of showed them off the other day. Tech would be Donatello, obviously. Yeah. Well, Hunter would be Leonardo, wouldn't they? And I suppose Crosshair would be Raphael. And, no, would that be Wrecker? No, because Wrecker's a bit goofy. So I would make, and it would be a bit funny as well, because Wrecker's like big, but he's kind of bubbly. So Wrecker would be Michelangelo, wouldn't he? Crosshair always wants to be the leader and wants to take over. That'd be Raphael. Tech, Donatello, Hunter, Leonardo. Yeah, I think Mikey would be Mikey. Book of Boba are going to be really expensive. I mean, obviously, if you can't, if you get the helmet, I mean, it depends how much you're going to go into detail to do it with. If it's just sort of cosplay for like MCM or something like that, you know, or if it's the 501st kind of like, you know, like really into detail. If you get the helmet and you get the armor for Boba Fett and then do the Mandalorian look, you could use that armor for eventually for getting both looks. You know, so when you actually got more funds, you could actually buy more of the look for the flight suit and stuff like that. So I know that the scarring is slightly different. I know all that kind of bit is slightly a bit different, but if you're not really going for like extreme likeness, like 501st kind of clearance, then I would probably just go for one and then try and transfuse over to the other at a later date. Yeah. Well, yeah, and then that would be the way forward then. If it's just sort of cosplay for cosplay, so it's not like major details and stuff like that, then go for the cheaper one, you know, and then when you've got some more bits, you could use what you have already. Don't repaint it and just put it to the other one so you kind of look like a bit more of a beaten up Book of Boba Fett. All right, so is there anything else that anyone wants to look at? I'm going to be on for about another 20 minutes, I suppose. I'll call it quits at midnight because I get tired. I'm getting old, unfortunately. But if there's anything else anyone wants to see or ask questions about. Did you send a picture? Oh, it's in my requests. So accept primary. There you go. Looking good, mate. Looks like a really nice helmet that you got there. Looks pretty cool, to be honest with you. So well done for that one. I'd love to get like a Boba Fett helmet and stuff like that. Yeah, no, that's cool, mate. Well done. I'll reply live to you. Look at this. I'll say that. My fans can do now. So yeah, anyone got any other questions they want to say? Are you all following Instagram? Are you all subscribed? Have you all hit the like button as well? Be very much appreciated. And here's to another 3 years. Where are we going to be in another 3 years? Do you think we're going to be at 8,000 subscribers? Do you think we might even be more? Who knows? I might have been called quits tomorrow. You never know. I've done that a few times. I nearly just gave up on it because it did take a lot of time at one point. Well, as we're a little bit quiet, what I'll do, I'll just open up the camera again for this one. This one. There we go. And then what I did the last few customs on the thing, so we can bring this in here. Take these two down. And then we can do a bit of a droid show, as I do like my droids. So we have got K2S2, R2KT. I can't remember what this one is. Ahsoka's droid. And these are all the Bandai kits as well. And actually, all these are bootleg ones of the things. Apart from this R5, this is actually an official one. R2D2 is the official one as well. So yeah, this is the other sort of proud sort of parts I'm proud of, to be honest with you. But it's one of my sort of kind of thing. I'm not one of those people that are massive fans of droids and stuff, but I do like all their different intricate details and sort of other parts that they got. So we have the droids here. So these are Bandai kits. So I normally get them from and stuff, and I still have an R5 as well that I still need to paint up. Oh dear. Oh. So yeah, they come in this sort of form. So all these little R5s and R2D2s, they come in these little packs, and you've got to build them up. And obviously you just got to paint them and stuff as well. So, you know, like there's the little chassis and stuff on there and stuff. Oh, I'm getting confused. Oh, I've actually got an R2D2 and an R5 left over. I thought actually I just had an R5 left over. So this is actually a full kit. So I can actually start making another R5. So yeah, look forward to them to come out then. I might even do Mace Windu's R2 droid, to be honest with you. So yeah, just looking at these guys here. So we have got this one with the pink, which was actually based on a girl that she really liked, R2D2. Unfortunately, she died of cancer, but it's one of the 501st sort of things. So they actually dedicated a droid to her. And it's a really lovely story, to be honest. It's part of the 501st part, sort of like. But this one here, he was actually from Phantom Menace. He was one that got knocked off the ship, off the top of Padme's sort of silver ship in Phantom Menace, just before R2D2 fixed it. And then we kept Fisto's R2 droid on here. We've got Ahsoka's, looking pretty nice. Obviously R5D4, and now getting more screen time in the Mandalorian. R2D2 obviously can't deal without him having these astromechs. Just weathered up enough, nothing to really take away from him, but just a little bit, just to add that extra dirt on there. And then we got the ones from Empire Strikes Back, which is the sort of black R5. And then obviously we got Hondo's droid as well, and this was all a custom. I don't like the official one; it looked too small, and the paintwork was awful on it. So I just made up my own one, and again, happy how he turned out. Hey Linda, you all right? I hope you're okay. I think probably Papa Gord will be going on live soon. Or he does I know he goes a bit later on though, doesn't he? I think. But yeah, welcome to the stream. I'm glad that you have joined. Just showing off a couple of customers before I'm actually going to go off in about 5 minutes, to be honest, because I'm getting a bit tired. So there was a YouTuber out there called Jelly, and it's actually my son. Well, he was my son's favourite YouTuber. Obviously, not his dad, unfortunately. So I made him I dedicated him a C3PO droid, and he's made of. Well, it's got Jelly's logo on here, and he's actually made of this like bio jelly that actually makes him run. So he hasn't got wires; he's got like jelly and stuff that comes out of him. It's like this bio radioactive liquid and stuff like that, and that helps him run. So that's all like spewing out of his guts and all that area and dripping down out of his joints. Next up was actually one from my daughter. She loves anything rainbows and unicorns and purples and stuff like that. So taking inspiration from my R2D C3PO, I gave it like 2 different colours for its arm and its shin and stuff like that. So she's got a darker purple and a more of a lilac. The wires inside as well is like the rainbow. I thought I'd give that a go. And then on the back, it kind of looks like a xylophone kind of colour. So again, keeping that rainbow kind of look into it. And then I did a custom for myself on this one. So it's like a security droid kind of thing like that. And if you follow me on Instagram and all that, you know I'm a fan of watches and stuff like that. You know, I enjoy collecting them as well. So this is the Omega droid. So if you look on the side there, it's got the Omega logo. There's a few other kind of sort of references to the Omega watch as well, which is kind of like has like a red second hand. So that's the little bit that's on his leg and stuff. And the top as well is supposed to replicate like the loom on the bezel as well. So he's got like these kind of like Sergeant Pauldron things on the side there. And again, he's got like silver wires and stuff inside. It's all like chrome and stuff, obviously to replicate the actual watch itself. And then we've obviously got these ones from Empire Strikes Back as well. So we've got the white one looking pretty cool. These were all actually bought off AliExpress. These were all bootleg. They might not have been bootleg. They might be just like factory seconds. They're pretty good, to be honest. But it's a C3PO with the red arm. So these were all these ones. And I picked them up for about £10 each, which is pretty good because you can't even get a C3PO for love of money at the moment, which is there. And obviously we got the glossy red one as well from Empire Strikes Back as well. They're covered in a little bit of dust. It adds to it, I guess. Other ones we have done a 3D printed Gonk droid as well, added onto the shelf. Looking quite nice. And I sort of, rather than going around, I actually done it to the homage of the original Kenner design as well, which is really nice. The Evil BB-8, this is a 3D print as well. And just Len Hall hand painted over the top of it. So again, it's kind of nice just to have one of these droids just on the side. And I can't believe actually when the sequels are going through quite a lot of love that this wasn't actually included with any of the Imperials, especially when Rey had BB-8 in it as well. And when you think about it, back then, that's quite a lot of accessories, isn't it? Like Rey, the later one, she come with a lightsaber, didn't she? She come with a staff, she come with a cloak, Rey, and BB-8. Like now, we hardly ever get anything. You'd be lucky you get a pistol with it. So that's that one. And then the last of the sort of protocol droid one was this guy, which is C3PO or C3PX, which was Darth Maul's protocol droid. He's got quite a few different reincarnations in the sort of comics. Sometimes he looks like he's covered in guns. Other times he looks like this, which is my kind of look for the guy. And other times he looks just a little bit odd. But this was actually the C3PO that come with Baba Freak. So he's got actually like the removable back plate head on there, I think. Yeah, so it's got the bit that pops off on the back as well. So even though this guy actually did come with red eyes, but you had to put him underneath a light, or you put them in the fridge, or one or the other. Yeah, it was either light or when it was cold. So it was a bit awful. So in the end, I just painted the colours on there, giving him his red eyes, little red black X on there. and I actually custom made that bandolier as well around on there with these sort of like sort of charges and stuff that you can shoot off. Just a normal clone trooper thing, and then on the back we have a 3.75 sort of bazooka that he runs around with, and inside on that I've actually put a magnet inside on this part of the milliput, and there's a magnet just on the side there, so it actually connects to his bandolier as well. So yeah, that's kind of it for the major customs on the channel, to be honest. And yeah, and that's all over the case of 3 years. I've reviewed hundreds of figures, because we're over. Well, we just reached, my Echo one that came out the other day was the 450th video on the channel, which is absolutely mental, to be honest with you. I'm really liking AliExpress new body clones and Stormtrooper. Yeah, they're amazing, especially the Stormtroopers. I mean, we recreate Luke on the channel for in disguise, and they work well. But we use the Stormtrooper for. I did a custom commander as well, and I've done a custom, the sort of fluorescent one from the Force Unleash. I sort of redesigned on that color as well. So yeah, really nice sort of looking for that, for the Stormtrooper. You can't get it really for love or money, so it's really nice. And the new clones as well, like, it's great, and because you're getting into customizing as well, it's fantastic as well. It's just an easy canvas and just an easy one to pick up, and it doesn't feel like you're destroying an official figure, because you can make mistakes, because they are easy to get hold of. If it was an exclusive Walgreens clone trooper and then you're going to paint it, you just wouldn't do it. You just wouldn't do it at all. But just getting those clones, because they are bootlegs, if you do really, really mess up, yeah, okay, you have lost sort of almost like $20, I suppose, in that way. But it's not the end of the world. You can just go and pick up a new one. Thank you so much, matey. Thank you on that one. Actually, before I go, I might as well just do the last couple of customs, and I'll go and grab the the Stormtroopers as well. I don't realise actually like how much I painted, because you think I've painted all these droids, I painted all these clones, I painted these guys in my hands, and then I've got a lot of the upgradings as well. So I've actually painted quite a lot. It all on the table like this, you just don't realise. Right, so yeah, so looking at Stormtroopers. So this was a bootleg clone trooper. And obviously at the time, they brought out the Force Awakens. I can't even remember what these guys were called. But, like the fluorescent blue ones, and they had like see-through legs and stuff. I think it was just like, maybe it was just stealth Stormtrooper and stuff like that. But unfortunately, old was old, because they were just brought out the new official Stormtrooper. So I bought this one and tried to recreate it. So this is that one there. So it was like with quite a nice sort of like neon blue, and then white speckles over the top with the gunmetal as well. And I think, to be honest, it didn't come out too bad. There's a few bits I probably, if I spent a little bit more time on it, it might have been all right. But for the initial look of it, I think it's not too bad. The original it was like where the blue was kind of see-through. So I had to kind of sort of like recreate that in a way. Yeah, I think it's come out all right. The more I look at it, it actually looks better than I kind of remember it from last time I put it on the shelf. So yeah, looking all right, I suppose. But that was that guy. And then obviously we've done another clone Stormtrooper, the Commando from the Force Unleashed as well. And the good thing about this one as well is actually I removed the helmet, and I had a second Death Star Trooper So he's got the original head, because obviously they produced 2 Death Star troopers. One had like a decent face, one didn't have that other face paint on it. So this is the sort of like blander looking one. So he's just there, but it gives like a generic Stormtrooper look. And then obviously taking out the Tamara Morrison head, we've actually got a removable helmet for him. And the good thing about it, actually, because he's got a higher head, it gives him that extra kind of like height to it. So yeah, it's looking all right on that part. So he goes on there. And then let's just knock those down for now, because that's another room. So also from Force Unleashed as well, I went around, and this is my first ever kit bash. I only done one, really. I've never sort of gone around doing all the others. So he's made of a Stormtrooper and part in Royal Guard. But you know, like the Black Royal Guard, I actually managed to buy the Black Royal Guard off AliExpress. And I guess it was like seconds or something like that, but it didn't have a cape. It didn't have the cloak on it. It was just literally the armor and stuff like that. So what I did, I combined it with a Sand Trooper kind of one on there. Done a bit of like milli put around on here, done an extra belt and stuff, taken off all the armor parts on there, and just added some new boots and like these sort of glove gauntlet things on there. And this was, I think, was a staff, which is one of Rey's staff, and added Darth Maul's lightsaber. So I picked up a bootleg Darth Maul because I wanted a caped Darth Maul. So I just picked up a bootleg Darth Maul, and he only uses one half of the saber. So the other saber landed up on this guy on here. And then the other bootleg head of Darth Maul landed up on the other Obi-Wan Kenobi Kenner figure. So then we got like a Zarbak Jedi on there. So that's that one on here. And then obviously, as I said in the video that, or just now, we done the Luke and Han in Stormtrooper disguise on there as well. I actually added the extra parts for him there. So he's got the actual grapple hook on the back, which is actually 2 little parts of Lego that I just sort of broke up and put on the back there, and an extra holster as well that actually come off another Stormtrooper figure, because with the Rogue One Stormtroopers and stuff like that, they don't actually come with holsters, so they should actually have holsters for the A New Hope stuff. So the only difference is obviously they got that little notch out on the back here, but it's not too bad. Also, I redone the buttons as well, because if you look at the originals, they're not black, they're light grey and blue. So I redone the buttons and stuff on their actual torso as well. And obviously their heads are slightly a little bit larger than most. Obviously larger than Tamara Morrison as well, which is unfortunately. So we'll bring this around on here. So we have got the heads. So I've taken out the Tamara Morrison heads on here, and I have dremelled out a lot of the plastic on the inside, because you just need a lot more room in there, especially for these 70s mops that these guys have got. Also, I've done a little black line around the bottom of it, around the Stormtrooper part, just to give it like the old sort of like neck seal that comes around. So see if I've got. Yeah, so they don't fit brilliantly. So most of the time I do take pictures. I kind of angle it a little bit better. So obviously there's Han with his on, which doesn't look too bad. But if you turn it around and stuff, you can see that it's sticking out. But most of the time I think these guys look good when they haven't actually got the helmets on, because it's kind of like Luke and Han in their Stormtrooper disguise, but with a gimmick, if you know what I mean. Luke's one actually fits a lot better. I did actually try and reduce his torso down as well, to give him off that kind of extra look. But so he's a little tiny, a little bit shorter than Han, because I've lowered his torso down as much as I can. But again, it doesn't look too bad. But again, I think for the aesthetic look of a Stormtrooper, or Luke and Han in Stormtrooper, is them without the helmets but in Stormtrooper. Shadow Trooper, that is it. Yeah, the Shadow Trooper is pretty cool, to be honest. It does look quite nice. Okay, so I think that is it. I mean, this is all my customs. This, I'll just bring up the camera a little bit, like all the way up here. Look, so all these is what I've painted around on the side here and around in there. So so one of the last customs that I have done, well, I've done it ages ago, but it's just a case of like I've showed everything else off. So this was the Kenner 50th anniversary Obi-Wan Kenobi body that I trimmed down, taken off most of the robes and stuff around it, with a bootleg Darth Maul head, which is kind of ironic, really, with Darth Maul and Obi-Wan Kenobi as forming one figure. So, and this is what this one turned into. So it's kind of like a little Zarbak Jedi. So obviously I've cut down all this bit, would have been a long skirt and stuff for Obi-Wan Kenobi, but I just cut it around at the rim, cut up a little bit more on the notch sort of part there, and actually made a whole new, brand new sort of generic Jedi figure, which is pretty cool, to be honest. And even when I start thinking about that, I've also done Luke Skywalker, didn't I, as a custom. Which this one was a Yavin Luke, and this one's kind of based on the Shadows of the Empire look. So it's actually a Yavin Luke, trimmed its yellow jacket down to make it kind of Gillet kind of thing on there. But it's actually got the Bespin head of Luke on here, because the Bespin body has a Dagobah Luke head on it to make it look better. So there's quite sort of different customs that I've got on the shelf. Like I've just done little tweaks or upgrading and stuff like we have done over the last 3 years. So we have come quite far, to be honest, on the channel. So, every figure has had a review. Most figures have had an upgrading in a way. So, next I might start doing the sort of Jedi Troopers and stuff like that as well. So, and Andrew Gorn, thank you very much. When I first done it, I was a little bit off about it, but looking back at it now, it doesn't look too bad. I think I was a bit harsh on myself at the time, to be honest with you. So yeah, that is it. We're literally quite a few customs in, quite a few extra things to go. We're still upgrading. There's still a lot of figures to upgrade that haven't had an upgrade. Probably not popular figures now. But yeah, there's stuff to go, and I'm still going to do them on Marvel Legends as well. I still think some figures need a little bit of upgrading, but I don't think as much, because they are comic based. So most of the stuff is kind of accurate. There was a time that I actually done US Agent because he was a bit wrong. I never actually done a video on this one. It was around the time that I was kind of sort of like within myself, where I was kind of going to say goodbye to YouTube and stuff like that. But I sort of upgraded him, reapplied the colors, more brighter, more vibrant, took off the A as well. And this is the only MCU Marvel Legends that I like, and I don't know why I went out and got it. I just really like him. I really like the character. I thought he was really cool. But there is a US Agent coming out in comic form later this year, which is one I'll probably ideally will get. Yeah, I still really like the figure. I think he's a really nice looking figure. It's the best thing from that come out of Winter Soldier, which was the weakest Marvel Legends Marvel Disney Plus series, in my opinion. I didn't like it at all. So we got here. Here's hoping Hasbro does dash render on the look. Yeah, that would be amazing. I don't think they will, because most of the time it's like repaints and stuff like that. I have seen a few people make customs of dash render where they actually use Peter Quill, Chris Pratt as it, which I think it'd be fantastic as that, to be honest. So I really do hope, and I really, really hope that they make Shadows of the Empire. Now they've got all this digital face technology and stuff like that. Imagine if they actually re-bring out our original trilogy guys, Luke, Han, and Leia, all re-digitalized, looking younger, with real actors, maybe Chris Pratt playing as Dash Rendar, and actually making a series or something like that, or Shadows of the Empire that actually links in a really nice way. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe that won't happen, but that would be really nice to think about, to be honest. So Linda, watch Korg, Juggernaut, and Thing. Nice. Yeah, because I need to still do Thing. It's kind of here. It's kind of sort of stuck. Yeah, I still need to do my Thing. I need to take off that bright orange that he has on him, and then I need to sort of weather him up to make him a little bit darker. I was going to do that, and I think I had a few Black series that kind of done a bit better, and then he went back. So unfortunately, I can't really, I need to go back to do him, to be honest. Korg, Korg's fine. I didn't really sort of worry about him. And then my Juggernaut over there was. Did you get the bootleg, or was yours the official release of Juggernaut? So, I mean, I suppose the only thing he could benefit from is probably doing a bit of a darker brown or black in his sort of like pecs part and down on his abs and stuff like that. It would just bring out that definition a little bit, but I don't think he needs too much. But the Thing is a major, and Korg, but Korg I haven't got, unfortunately. Yeah, totally. I do think that. I just think it's just kind of weird, isn't it, with Star Wars? I think it is on a very. I don't want to say Star Wars is dying. It's 100%. It's not dying. But I just feel like the fans are very much divided. I don't think there's a massive portion that like the sequels. Let's just say that. And I think Disney know that. No one's calling out for it. Do we care that we haven't got all the Knights of Ren in toy form? No. There's other sort of like figures out there that we haven't got. Even like that lieutenant guy. I can't remember his name now, but played by Richard E. Grant in the last film. Like, no one's calling out for that kind of figure or anything like that. Or even the Emperor in the robes. So I think because of the sequels, it's really divided everyone, because people that really love Star Wars have fallen out of the love of Star Wars because they have kind of hurt it in a way, in such a form. So it's kind of divided Star Wars fans up. And the most important, because they're utilizing a new era of Star Wars, but also Clone Wars, the kids and all that grew up with Star Wars as young kids are now becoming adults. So those adults now are ones that want to buy stuff because now they get in jobs and decent paid wage and stuff. So they want to buy stuff. And the prequels along come with that, because I guarantee anyone that's under the age of 30, their favourite Star Wars is Revenge of the Sith. It doesn't matter. Their favourite Star Wars will be Revenge. So most of their stuff is going to be prequel based. And the original trilogy, us older people that grew up with it are getting older. Either they've fallen out of love of Star Wars because what sequels have done to our original trilogy and our original characters, when the people that really like the prequels, that's their favourite characters. So what they've done with the original trilogy, they don't really care about because their favourite people haven't really been touched. So a lot of people from the original trilogy are really overhurt by sequel people. No. A lot of people that are done with Star Wars now who used to love Star Wars. So with Disney to bring back some of the original trilogy stuff, it would be quite of a gamble if it would actually be benefit for them, because I think Disney have really they have hurt themselves with Star Wars, with what they've done with the sequels, just chucking out 3 films that had no kind of context or even thought about, is especially when you think Star Wars is such a special line and they managed to fuck it up. How can you do that? But then we say the same thing about the prequels, and I won't say I enjoy the prequels. I enjoy Clone Wars. I enjoy Phantom Menace. Attack of the Clones, probably second to last worst Star Wars film, and Avengers Sith just doesn't really cut it for me. But I was talking to someone the other day, and I was sort of like saying like about Snoke, and I was describing Snoke to them, and they was like, "Yeah, I can't stand it." And I said, well, the way that you're thinking about Snoke, that you don't know who he was, he just appeared in a film and then he died, no backstory, and he was like evil, but you don't really know what it was, and you can't accept that because that's really shit storytelling. And he was like, yeah, I really hate it. Like, how can you not describe a baddie? I was like, that's how I felt with Revenge of the Sith and Grievous. I said there was no backstory to Grievous. There was nothing at all. It was just this robot commander that turned out of nowhere and then died. And then I said there was no story, who he was, where he's come from. I said there's 2 films with prior. And then I said this guy just turned out of nowhere with a cough, who was quite menacing, and then just died. I said that's how I felt about that. So Snoke is literally the same as Grievous. But I think because I grew up with the prequels, they just kind of accept it that this guy come from nowhere. If you haven't read it, I've read Death Troopers. I mean, a bit more, but yeah, I did read Death Troopers, and I actually read that 10 years ago when I was in hospital, and I just had an operation, and I weren't very well, and I had to wait till I was home because when I was reading it, it was making me feel a bit uneasy. Is there a custom that you really wanted to make, but the parts don't exist in retail or 3D print? I tell you what is quite difficult to get a hold of, and I haven't looked for a while, so they might be out there, but it is a Phase 1 pilot helmet. Easy peasy to look at, easy peasy to sort of like make, to redo the helmets. They're the ones that I would really like to make. But at the time when I was looking to make those, I couldn't find them for love of money. So yeah, I would absolutely love a 3D helmet printed of Clone War, the Phase 1 clones. Because you got that one that was kind of dedicated to Godzilla and stuff that I would really love to make. Yeah, it's frustrating. Yeah, totally. It's very temperamental, isn't it? Star Wars. Like when you look on the surface, it's like I love Star Wars, but there's so many different degrees to Star Wars, which is really a shame now. We don't share it as a communicative. It's kind of like I like the prequels, I can't like the original trilogy, or I like the original trilogy, but I can't really like the prequels. I appreciate the prequels. I appreciated them over the years. But I think that's thanks to Clone Wars. Clone Wars for me is I absolutely love. And if I could drop the original trilogy, the prequels and the sequels, the only thing I would keep in a nice little bubble is Clone Wars. I think Clone Wars done a fantastic job for Star Wars. And I think that really kind of what is on the fuel of it now, what's kind of sort of pushing it forward. Yeah, I love the Phase 1 pilots. Brought a couple of sets. John Walker. Oh, so he does do them now. Because I looked a couple of years, probably about a year and a half ago, to be honest, and it was just they weren't about for love of money, to be honest. And my 3D printed from me couldn't find a file for them either. So yeah, so I just sort of overskipped this one. The Clone Wars shots were some of the best things for the prequels. Yeah. I think they're kind of canonized, aren't they, in a way, because they never really sort of replicated why Anakin got his scar. So that was from Ventress. So I kind of like the way the Clone Wars kind of like integrated it in, but didn't really explain that that's how they are. So yeah, it's kind of nice on that part, and it's quite a few good bits on there. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool then. Yeah, I mean the pilots for me, I mean they're really, they're really good looking things, and I think it's better than somewhere in this pile there's Hulk, and I think that sort of Phase 2 helmet for Hulk, it's just kind of like they've gone for that cool look, but it's not really cool. The Phase 1 clone pilots are the best. Well, I say, I mean, Hulk had that kind of sort of nuzzle one, but I mean, I suppose the Phase 2 pilot ones had their faces showing, didn't they? Like in those sort of like weird bubble things. So, right, what's got on? So, any other questions? Anything on there? I've been on for 3 hours, 3.5 hours now. Has anyone got any questions or anything if they want to go through? I'm pretty sure Skyloop 3D is one of the, as far as John Walker can take a look and subscribe to Patreon. Have a look. Any other planned figures? What, as in customs? If it's customs, it'll be quite simple ones at the moment. I need to get the love of painting back in. I really enjoy doing the upgrading. I enjoy that kind of part, but actually just getting the clones and adding another clone to the shelf, sometimes a little bit kind of like, oh, here we go again. But I do think if I do, it'll be like I was just talking about earlier. I mean, I'm going to do the Rancor squad guy with that Echo that I've got. But definitely grey. Yeah, it'll be on the cards as well, to be honest with you. But I mean, any other figures that I want to buy and go on. I mean, there's loads of Marvel Legends that are coming out. The Spider-Man ones, Marvel Legends, their announcements have been fantastic. So there's quite a few sort of Spider-Man and a few other characters that are coming out that I want to get. The US Agent is for one as well. I'm not really too fussed about the MCU stuff for figure form anyway. But for Marvel Legends, I still want to get, we were talking about the other night, still need to find the Death Watch Trooper. Well, I still want to get them all, Panda Bubba, Dr. Ezron, and a few others as well. So there's still quite a few that I still want to get. For me, the Phase 1 Clone Trooper design is what I always go back to. I'll keep picking up the new Hasbro and bootlegs where I can. Yeah. As a fan of the channel, mate, you know, like my heart is, I mean, this massive pile here is pretty much all Phase 1. I just like the T-visor. I just think it looks great. It's nice and clean, like the straight face and stuff like that. I just feel like the Phase 2 ones, I understand why people say they're cooler. I get it, because the painting and stuff is more intricate. It's more design, more luxurious and designs and stuff like that. But the eyes and stuff, it kind of breaks up the helmet and stuff. I really like the Phase 1 I mean, the armor's exactly the same. It's just the helmets, isn't it? But it's just the more clean look of the Phase 1 I really like. Any Marvel Legends Black Series you're looking for? Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of a bit behind on Black Series. As I was saying earlier in the live, there was quite a few people. There was quite a few kind of Marvel Legends like really popping out really quickly because I'm a collector of like the Golden Age look. I won't go out there to get all that. So I am purely a Black Series collector, but with Marvel Legends, I'm more selective. So I've got a 4 now, and that's my pinnacle 4. Unless another Golden Age 4 that come out look 10 times better than the 4 that I got, then I'll go and get that one. Same as the Thing. If they brought out another one that I think generally looks better than what I've got, then I will go out and get that one, and that other one would be knocked on the head. I wouldn't go out to buy every single thing. The only figure that I will go out and buy multiples of in kind of like different looks is Spider-Man, because Spider-Man for me is, you know, it's massive. You know, Spider-Man's my pinnacle hero. It's what I grew up with. You know, he's even higher in my heart than Star Wars. And for that is actually, I mean, if you're a fan of the channel, you might have seen my Ben Reilly Spider-Man review. But for me, Ben Reilly was my Spider-Man in the 90s. It's the time I really picked up comics and started reading Spider-Man. And because they'd done away with Peter Parker, they brought in Ben Reilly, and he was going for all these what ifs and different things and scenarios. It was brilliant. And that's why my son is called Ben, because of that reason. So yeah, it's kind of really nice to get all these different Spider-Men. I still need Sue Storm from Fantastic Four to finish off the Fantastic Four line, but she's not a great looking figure, so I'm kind of put off with that one. So yeah, I mean, there's quite a few of the Marvel Legends of the retro Spider-Man that I didn't pick up before. I've pre-ordered the Rhino from HMV, so I'm waiting for that to sort of drop at one point. So yeah, there's still a few Marvel Legends ones out there, but it's slowing down now, which is good because I want to go back to Marvel Legends because I still need to get the Umbara, Clone Trooper, Omega, Ponda Baba, Dr. Ezra, Lear from the Throne Room, the Death Watch Trooper, the guy that was hanging with the Mandalorian, I can't remember his name, with the removable helmet in the new wave. Yeah, there's loads. There's a lot of Black Series that I need to catch up on because I still need Boba Fett. I need Boba Fett, the monk-looking Tuscan one. I need Boba Fett in his the Mandalorian outfit type one as well. I need Cobb Vamp. So I'm really behind because where it all just sort of like there was nothing coming out for ages. I decided that I'll go for Marvel Legends, and then all of a sudden in April, the beginning of April, everything just dropped, and I just didn't have the money or anything at the time. So it's just kind of like, well, I'm just gonna have to pick these up as they come. And I kind of like going to Smith's. I kind of like going to the toy shop now to go and pick them up rather than buying them online. Do you think Hasbro will do other free Ark Troopers? No. If they do, they'd be struggling for ideas. That's my opinion. I think anything from Battlefront 2 now is probably a little bit too old. And I think anything until we get a Jesse and a Fives, then no, not for a long time. And even if they did after that, I think they would more like go for the Rancor squad rather than those on some Battlefield. But I suppose they've done the Umbara one. But I think it's because it's such an iconic look, like the black with the orange. If they do the blue, it would just look like Rex, wouldn't it, and stuff like that. So I don't think they will, to be honest. I think the next one will be a Phase 1 with the blue ones that I do. Mix Mayfield, yeah. So yeah, I still need him. That's the one. It's weird here in the US are some of those figures like Cobb Vamps came out and were reviewed, but aren't really out until the summer. So yeah, that's the thing, and that's the sort of like bits when you do YouTube as well. I mean, there's quite a few reviewers out there that obviously probably got Inkspro, sometimes send them early as well. So you know, when you see they get views really quickly and stuff like that, you know, and for us smaller YouTubers where we, you know, our income is our job. So, and then when those figures do come out, you know, either we get it or we pay a bill, or we miss out on the opportunity of a pre-order, because I think Cobb Vamps is coming back out in like June, July. I think that's the initial drop for him and stuff like that. But again, as I was saying on the stream the other day, Black Series just doing my head in at the moment, because it was kind of like a price for a figure is like anywhere between $23.99 to like sort of $44.99, and it's not in sort of like stages either. It's not like bish bash bosh. It's like $23.99, $24, $26.99, a $39.99, a $44.99. Like sort of like places where these figures just fit. Like normal figure $23.99, a deluxe figure $34.99. You know, and just keep it at that price. But even the new band member that's coming out, it's like £50 for the deluxe. Like, really? It's not going to sell that much, is it? I mean, it's bloody awful, that figure anyway. So, as you can tell, I'm a big fan of it. Again, it won't sell because it's the original trilogy, and most of the original trilogy people have been hurt by the prequels and they don't collect no more. And they're so like mega fans and stuff like that. But and that's why you always find Lando, Lear, and the original people still sitting on the shelves most of the time. Oh, I still need to get a Skeletor as well. I'm still waiting for him to go down in price to go with my He-Man for my 80s shelf. So I still need to do that. I've still got some old figures that I haven't even reviewed yet that I got. I mean, I got Spider-Woman a little while back. Again, this is when I was going through my phase. I kind of remember my video where I was feeling a bit depressed and I couldn't be asked to do any more YouTube. And I was like, is this goodbye? I just didn't have the heart for it. But I was still buying some figures at the time. So I had like Spider-Woman, Firestar. And that's kind of when I bought most of my Marvel Legends. War Machine, he got a review. And I've done a few others as well. I bought like from the DC universe. I bought the Batman as well. So this one was actually I was actually going to get this one. This is the Three Jokers Batman. It was like quite a newish one. I've done the review and everything for it. I just haven't actually put it all together to make the actual review up. I haven't done the editing and stuff. Maybe I will. I'll keep saying it. Maybe I will. I know I won't. But I originally got this guy because I kind of just wanted a Pinnacle Batman for the shelf, you know, when you do pictures on Instagram, and a Pinnacle Superman. So I bought this Batman, which was like the variant of the very... Not too bad, but he looks a bit naff when you put it next to Superman. So then I bought this one here. But what annoys me, this one's actually bigger than Superman. He looks brilliant. You know, he's got the black cowl and he's got the thing on there. It looks very much like the animated Batman. So what I was thinking is actually making him, I'll give him some blue pants and stuff on there rather than just the grey, just to break him up a little bit and just to make him look more like the animated version, but in a realistic form. Because it's much better than this one here. I thought he was all right with this one when it came out, but I'm not a massive fan of the multiverse DC stuff. The figures just feel a bit ratchety and a bit naff in those kind of forms. So yeah, maybe I'll cross them over a little bit or do some sort of extra kind of paint work on them. Glad you stayed on YouTube. Yeah, I'm glad as well, mate, because it's actually it's just kind of one of those times when you're going through quite a few personal issues and stuff like that, and losing your motivation, unfortunately, because we sort of go within ourselves. It's quite hard to get motivated, and I did have quite of a tough time end of last year, and I weren't in a great place, to be honest with you. But now I feel amazing. Like I can actually, when people say, "Are you okay?" I actually feel like, yeah, I'm actually fine. Actually, I'm actually feeling really fucking good. But last year, if I was saying it, I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm all right." But at the back of my head, I'd be like, "No, I'm not. I feel really awful. I can't do it," and stuff like that. But yeah, now I feel really good, feel really confident in myself, and yeah, just really enjoying life and enjoying YouTube as well. I mean, and enjoying doing the lives as well, because I always used to find them quite daunting as well. Linda has said, glad to inspired me to do more customs. That's good, jolly good. And you should tag me when you do your stuff on the Instagram as well, and I'll put it in my stories as well. So I do appreciate that people say that I've inspired them, because I was inspired to do clones as well by the guys that I used to watch. So it kind of sort of tumbleweeds down. So the whole idea was, I mean, I didn't know how good, or I still don't think I'm good. I look at some people on Instagram and think flipping out their paint jobs and things are absolutely amazing. But if it just inspires people to start it, like yourself and Brian and stuff like that, good, because it's good, and it's like addictive as well. Like once you've done your first, you want to go and do more. It's like getting a tattoo, and it's really cool because it's quite creative, especially if you want to make your own sort of stuff as well, rather than sort of like copying something that's been in a film, like making your own bits. Like Luke here, he is a Shadows of the Empire guy, but just doing a small little kit bash and stuff like that, it works really well. And you're sort of like, you know what, I've fucking done that. Here's a link for the phase 1 stack. Unless you want to send it to me on Instagram, that'd be great. Yeah, a thumbs up. It's 20-1 for us, Steve. Last one. It is. I know. I can actually feel it in my eyes, and I've still got my contacts in as well. And it's I'm getting a little bit tired. But yeah, I don't mind talking. I mean, we've got more people in here than we had earlier in the show and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. I have a license for it on my Patreon if you need a couple of prints. Otherwise, the link is for. Okay, that's cool. If you've got Instagram, just send me a picture, a message on Instagram, and then I know to hit you up. I must have blocked it. Yeah, that's cool. I hear that. A friend is a huge wedge Antilles, and I was able to simple ESB wedge for him, and he loved it. Yeah, that's it. Like just putting it onto a, snow pilot sort of Luke and stuff like that. It's good. And just doing the things like, because as well for a fact that if Hasbro did do it, that's what they would do. They wouldn't make a whole new different kind of costume. So it literally would be a head swap. So yeah. No, it's a good hobby to have, especially when you start putting into it and doing other bits, and especially the upgrading of the figures. I think, we spend £20 on these figures. I mean, you look at Echo and stuff like that, from the Bad Batch that we done the other day, and all the Bad Batch figures, just applying some extra details and stuff like that really makes those characters pop. A black wash, how simple is that? A couple bits of silver and stuff, and it just literally, I mean, they sculpt it. Everything's there, but they're just missing off the paint, which then makes the figure look really lax in a way. So, I do enjoy doing the upgrades. I think I will finish off the bounty hunters next because we've done Dangar, we have done Bosk. So I want to do Forlum. I don't think Zuckuss really needs it. Zuckuss is a really nice looking figure. Because he's mostly material, I don't think he will benefit from anything. And his actually head's got like a nice detailing wash on there as well. So I don't think Zuckuss needs it. Forlum, I think Forlum will benefit from some gunmetal and a bit of silver and stuff on there to make him a little bit more metallic, and especially IG-88. And also Emperor Strikes Back Boba Fett. Looking back at that figure, as much as he looks pretty cool, I do think he could be doing with an upgrade as well. So I think the next lot of phase through we'll go and we'll do the upgrading of the bounty hunters that we have had. And I think that's kind of about it, really. I do think, I might do Bib from Tuna as well. I think he might need a bit of an upgrade. He definitely needs a lot of blue removing as well. It doesn't look that great. And I think Quill as well, the little pig dude. He's a bit bland. So we'll get some weathering on these guys and stuff like that, even if it's just simple ones. I might even do like 2 on a video. Seriously, not only a head swap, but wedge anti, and the height is the same. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just easy straight over pull, isn't it? Easy thing for Hasbro to make. Yeah. Any thoughts of doing custom vehicles for? No. No, I wouldn't even know where to start, to be honest. I was thinking, because I did pick up the Land Speeder a little while back, and I think I picked it up for about 25 quid. It was really cheap. But I was thinking actually giving it an upgrade, like giving it a new paint job, and I'm just really sort of bringing out the details, because bear in mind that vehicle come out, it was about 400 quid or something. 400 quid. It looks quite awful, doesn't it? It doesn't look that great, especially the paint job on it. And that's what put me off the Snow Speeder, to be honest. I really wanted to get the Snow Speeder. And just the look of it, though, it's just like, it just looks plasticky, and that's the thing that Hasbro suffer with. They try and go a bit premium sometimes, but I think they're so sort of in that toy market that they go, do you know what? We can cut a cost there. We don't have to paint that. We don't need to paint that. Even though they do all the sculpt and everything's on there, it's not painted. So it's just like most of the time when you're doing the upgrading figures, you just got to look for the actual sculpt, because the sculpt's there. It's just not got any paint. Thanks, mate. Yeah. Somewhere. There you go. All right, cheers, mate. Thank you very much. I'll give you a follow as well, and then I'll give you some likes as well. About this on a live feed, looking at your Instagram. Your Tuscans are pretty cool. So on Insta, yeah. So no, I wouldn't make any Black Series vehicles, to be honest. I wouldn't even know where to start, to be honest with you. Just making it up. So yeah, not for now. Oh, dearie me. We'll go up to 4 hours. I'll give you that. So we'll do another 10 minutes and then we call it quits. So it's 1 o'clock in the UK. Even though I don't have to get up early, it's fine. And next week I've got an operation as well, so I'll probably do some more lives as well because I won't be agile next week. So I've got another op on my hernia, unfortunately. So the content will be lacking probably for a couple of weeks. But maybe I'll try and jump on a live and we can just sit here while I'm in pain. Gonna go. Catch you later. Yeah, take care, mate. And thanks for the super chat earlier as well. So thank you very much, mate. And have a good night. And I'll talk to you soon. Yeah, no, it's cool. And the thing is like you do it and it inspires other people. People ask you questions and stuff like that. And I think it's quite nice to be open. Like when I first started customizing, everyone was really like tight. You know, you start asking them, and they're like, "Well, go and find out." Yeah, but wait, go and find out yourself. And you're like, so I used to do a lot of YouTube and just do a lot of research, and that's the whole reason why I started customizing on Centurion's Corner was actually to show people how I done it, what I've used, and how I do it. So it's to help people come to one place to actually do how to do customs. Because a lot of people go, you know, like this is my custom, and I've used this and that, and I mean this is just a template Stormtrooper. It's not actually a decent custom, but you know, they say like, oh, I've used this and used that. Or they won't say that they use that. You know, they just say, yeah, I've done this custom. So you could say what paints you use, and you're like, well, have a look. You know, they don't give you the information. So that's kind of the whole sort of point of it, because I like saying to people, you can go and do it. Go and enjoy yourself. You know, for people that if you can draw a straight line and if you know angles or you can draw a triangle and stuff like that, you can customize easily, you know, because if you just, rather than looking at a clone trooper and thinking, Christ, look at that intricate detailing on there. It's actually, look at that, you know, just look at the way it's curved. It's just an L shape with another L shape on the back. You know, it's not that hard, you know. I know it was outrageous, but I still hope for Black Series scale replica gunship. Talked to a couple of online people pondering doing that in the future. Well, I think if they'd done that as the HasLab, that will probably sell. Again, I think the Rancor, they kind of went around it the wrong way. I mean, it was just the figures that they were giving with it, like Gamma Ring Guard. I mean, everyone's got a Gamma Ring Guard to get, and it's had a re-release a couple times. So yeah, releasing that with that, it was just kind of like, again, it's Black Series. It's, you know, Marvel Legends. I just can't believe that they're just two different companies, same company, and run completely different, because one understands it. Marvel Legends really understand its fan base. They understand the logic. They understand when they need to make a figure for when it comes out. They understand that. Black Series, you just got no idea. You know, like you got Clone Wars, like season 7 was coming out, and they're like, right, a year later we'll have some figures for that series, you know, and it's just like, well, no, you should get those figures out there and then. I mean, I'm quite surprised actually that they actually finish off the Bad Batch. You know, we're still waiting for like a 5s figure, even if it's phase 1, phase 2, Ark. You know, or even just in his civils where he goes to the pub, we're still waiting for that that 5s figure. I mean, 5s, he has a whole arc in the Clone Wars, and he still hasn't got a figure. But yet we've got Echo, who's literally, he's more sort of famous now, but he was always sort of like the underdog under 5s. You know, he's like 5's sidekick. So why we got an Echo before Fives is beyond me, to be honest with you. And it even died in Fives Ark, which is, following each other, surprise I hadn't so far. I'm surprised too. So welcome aboard on my Insta. I'll bowl pop apart figures for painting, so I use enamel paints. Oh, okay. Do you get on well with them? Because obviously we use acrylic. And I've never actually taken apart a figure at all in my life, to be honest with you. Well, maybe just a couple, but yeah, I'm always just paint as they agreed. The Rancor was almost a mistake after mistake in the hazmat. Honestly, that could have been set to bring back the slave huts. Yeah, they could have done. Straight away, if you're talking HasLab, you're bringing out a Rancor. He ate Ula. So yeah, let's put Ula with it. We haven't never made an Ula. Let's put Ula with it. Here's a bunch of accessories: some skulls, some bones, some stats. It's just the door, So it's that sort of size door. So you could actually take a picture looking for the door as a diorama, or something like that. But they could have done so much more with the Rancor rather than bringing out a Gamma Guard. You could bring out the Keeper, a different Luke with a bone, with a different sort of like look on his face or something like that, But a Gamma Guard, everyone's bought hundreds of them. They all look the bloody same. It's not like a specialized one or anything like that. So, yeah, I'm quite surprised. But maybe they learn from their mistakes, or maybe they think that's a mistake too much and they won't even bring it out anymore. So again, it just seems, I think that's the biggest thing for me. Like I suffer with Hasbro and Black Series because they do Marvel Legends so right, yet they do Black Series so wrong. And I don't mean that in a sort of like a nasty way and stuff like that, but I just mean it as a consumer looking at these two things. Like, surely as Hasbro, so I was head of Hasbro, it all goes to a point and there's a person in charge, and I'll be looking at one and good. They're doing it really good. That's a really good structure that they got there. Let's do that with the same as all the other lines that we do. And then Marvel Legends just suffer with distribution this year, awful. But Marvel Legends has been able to bring out everything that's been coming out. When they bring out new releases and talk about new releases, Marvel Legends has just hit it, boom, 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 like all the time. But Black Series, they just seem to have like two good figures and then a lot of boring sort of figures. I don't think that's Hasbro's wrong, because obviously there's like that, but there is a whole lot out there that could generate, and especially if they dedicated some more to Clone Wars and stuff like that, like they have done in the past. Yeah, they do, and they just seem to know their products and stuff like that. I just think that recent one they just released out, and those two people were talking about the band member. It's kind of like they know it was shit, and it's kind of like they're trying to sell it and go, yeah, it's great. It actually comes with extra hands. It actually, and it has these, so you need to go out and buy this. And if you watch the Marvel Legends one from a couple of weeks ago, the guys are actually really excited about their product. I mean, the one guy was like, yeah, it's a whole new buck. It's a whole new different Spider-Man. He's actually shorter than the other Spider-Man. It's actually a completely different sculpt to the retro Spider-Man. It's actually got toe articulation now. It's got this. And because like this, we didn't bring out open palmed hands for the retro, has got it, and it was just like, they know their product, they know their mistakes, and they learn from it and bring it out. But with with Black Series, I mean, look at that. I mean, that Black Kazantian. No. Like, am I going to buy it? No. Like, not at all. The white Darth Vader, I get the concept. I've got the comic. I've got the graphic novel in the cupboard. I understand it, and it is a character. And it's just a white Darth Vader. Brilliant. But Lear, it's just Bespin Lear with Padme's cape. You know, it's just, and that Black Kazantian is like, it's just, you just literally ruin it. And the armor itself, like it comes with, it just looks like a cheap 80s He-Man kind of armor thing on there. It just looks absolutely awful. You know, it's just a lot of repaints, re-releases, and stuff like that, which I'm okay with to a degree. But when you compare Black Series to what it looked like even 3 years ago, even when I started collecting, which was 3 years ago, the degrade over time and the more expensive it's got, it just really starts getting a bit sour in your mouth. And it's the same way that I went with Lego. I started collecting Lego. The X-Wing was £50, and that's like the proper main, not the big Ultimate Collection, but the decent size kind of X-Wing. By the time that I started ending Lego, that kind of set would have been about £80 because they just released an X-Wing. And then just recently, they've downgraded it or making it look even more simpler, and it's even smaller to sell it for 50 quid. And that's kind of where Black Series, I feel, is going. They're just, as I was saying earlier, like a brown belt looks like a plastic, horrible looking belt. But you look at Greedo from the archive line, he the actual belt looks like it's painted, it's all leathered, it's all like weathered and stuff like that. It looks really nice. It's got all like dust and grime all over his top and stuff like that. You got Lear coming out in Endor outfit, who should be covered in kind of like bits of crap, you know, like little bits of stains and stuff, because she's like from the Echo, from the Endor village and stuff like that. But it's just literally just a panel plastic mold for a skirt. There's no extra kind of paint job on there. There's no extra stitching, no extra like patches and sort of a little bit of detail and a bit of weathering around the bottom where it's kind of glazed across the floor. It's just nothing on, doesn't look right. And then they were kind of like, oh, we didn't know what to put with her, so we gave her a spear. Brilliant. What about make her deluxe and make her come with Wicket? So it's just Princess Leia. She doesn't need a gun. She doesn't need a spear, but the spear can go with Wicket. So you got Wicket and Princess Leia, and maybe just a small little tiny little mold of a baby Ewok in its little shawl, you know, like in its little blanket thing. That would have been fine. Agreed, Leonard. Same as Geodo classified team. Marvel Legends seem to really be most comfortable on the live streams. Yeah. And do you think, you know, like the G.I. Joe line is actually a really new line, isn't it? It's brand new, you know, and it's and they seem to be hitting fire with it as well. You know, they started off doing the classified, now they're going to bring out the retro, smaller ones, and then they're going to bring out the 6-inch retro looking as well. So I think they're doing a really good job. It's just maybe Star Wars fans are just a little bit picky, you know. There is boring characters out there. There are like the band members and stuff like that. But I do think they need to sort of come up with a strategy where they go, right, in this wave, we'll release 2 boring characters, but we really need to pick it up with some other cool characters in this franchise, you know. So let's pick a couple: Clone Wars, Bad Batch, A New Hope, maybe the sequels if there's anything else that they could do. But yeah, I just think they sort of really struggled to come up with ideas. Like 1 minute you got a really, really nice looking wave, and then the next wave is just awful, isn't it? Just yeah, just not great at all. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm hoping that they bring out the is it Lugry? The one that come with the Heroes of Endor pack. I'm hoping he will come in it, because obviously I didn't pick up the pack as well, so I'm kind of missing a little Ewok there. Not that I'm really too fussed, to be honest, but I really do like the Ewok that we got, which I think that is Logri in it or something like that. I thought it was really good sculpt on that. I think Hasbro did a fantastic job for the Ewok buck, to be honest. And again, they could just easily release stuff quite easily. Yeah, but see, again, I understand. Yeah, that's it, Logri. I understand that if they want to bring out Wicket as a anniversary figure, but then I suppose I have brought Yoda out for 20 quid, so it'd be annoying if that Ewok comes out for £20. Like, it needs to be a double pack. I just don't know how they would do it. Maybe Lear on a speeder bike but then that would be about 60 quid or something like that. Or bring out, so it's like 2 Ewoks with Wicket or something like that for 20 quid, but we know they won't. It would just be Wicket on his own. Or maybe one from Caravan of Courage or something like that. All right, so I think I'm just going to call it a night. I'm just getting really tired now, and it's 1:10 in the morning, so I'm going to head off and get myself some sleep. So again, thank you so much for everyone that has joined, subscribed, ding the bell, and done everything that they possibly can do for the channel. It's very much appreciated, and it's been really nice talking to everyone today, and and some kind words as well, which have been absolutely fantastic. So I have done a little video. I've played it a couple of times, so I'm going to replay the video, and then we'll call it a night. And I will do another live very soon. I'm thinking of doing a live, hopefully a little bit shorter. But what I'll do, I'll figure out my top 10 Black Series figures that I do own, and then I'll do like a similar thing like this. I'll put it there. We can talk about it and go back and forth like that, and and do a few other things. So I've got a few ideas for a few more lives down the line, and hopefully I could bring some more customs to you as well. So thank you all so much for joining me on this one. Been very much appreciated, and it's been absolutely fantastic, brilliant, free full years of YouTube, and seeing the collection grow, and obviously like the display behind me as well. So thank you all so much, and I'll take care, or you take care, shall I say, and I'll see you next time. Take care. Bye. Hello, and welcome to Centurion's Corner. Today we'll be looking at Mace Windu. Subscribe, ding that bell, and follow me on Instagram, and I'll see you next time. So take care, and I'll see you soon. Bye.